Ezra's POV. We were basically speed walking down the pathway to get to the gateway as fast as we could. The entire walk there, all I could think about was how I had hoped Lucy managed to keep the demons at bay. I was also still trying to think of a good enough reason to give Tegan as to why I killed her stepfamily. But in reality, I didn't have one other than betrayal to the throne, which, in any other case, was a sufficient reason to warrant death. She didn't seem to be upset by their departure, but it still made me question if she was okay with what I'd done. I did act on impulse. I can't say that I regret my decision, because they would always be a threat to her as long as they were alive. I also couldn't stand by and continuously allow them to treat my queen, their queen, like dirt on the bottom of their shoes as they walked all over her. I gave them more warnings than they deserved. Who was I if I didn't act on my word? I didn't want the image of the king and queen to be altered in other people's perspectives because of their countless disrespect against the throne. We are almost there. Tristan's voice echoed down the empty hall. You know, this isn't exactly what I was expecting hell to look like. I finally said to the spark conversation. What were you expecting? Blazing fire pits, burning bodies, and torture chambers? He asked with a hint of laughter in his voice. Something like that, I replied sheepishly, making Tegan giggle. Don't worry, I was thinking the same thing. However, I would say those rooms are basically torture chambers. Tegan then said, at least they aren't pulling the flesh continuously off their bodies. That's how it used to be. Over and over. Same thing. Stripped down to the bone just for your skin to reappear and restart. You're joking, right? Tegan asked with a shocked look plastered on her face. Not at all. Don't get me wrong, they still do that. Just not to everyone anymore. Why do only some people get that type of torture mechanism? I asked curiously. Because only some are so evil that they have no fears, nor do they have anything that they regret in life, which means watching their memories only excites them. The point of hell is that they want to torture your soul, not feed it, Tristan responded. It made sense, but other parts of this entire situation didn't. So if Iblis's goal is to torture these evil beings, why release them into the world? Isn't that the opposite of torture? That's giving them freedom. Tegan then asked, taking the words right out of my head. His thought was that there should be no in-between world. You are either good or you are bad. He thinks that waiting for the final judgment day is pointless. So in other words, he wants to end the world as we know it? I asked, shocked at the revelation. Pretty much. But wasn't this what you also wanted? Tegan asked with a shocked look on her face. Only because he wanted it. You have to understand, I have done everything he has asked of me. I thought he was teaching me the right way of life. I thought this was who I was supposed to be, because of who I was. Before Iblis, I was this human that randomly started displaying unnatural qualities. I was a freak, and my parents hated me. They practically disowned me when my unnatural abilities shook their belief in Christianity because of my mere existence. They went as far as hiring an exorcist for an exorcism to cleanse my dark soul. Clearly, it didn't work. So when Iblis showed up, they basically tossed me in his arms. They were thankful that I was no longer their problem. So to answer your question, yes, I did want this. At least until the realization hit me that all these humans don't deserve to die solely because one man thinks it's right. They wouldn't be alive if they weren't supposed to be, and nobody should take their life just because they want to. His honesty was depressing. He was raised by the devil. All he knew was this lifestyle. Then the humans who took him in, the same ones who claimed him to be a part of their family, practically disowned him because of who he was. He had a rough life from the sound of it. I'm actually surprised that he was even going against the man who raised him. It would be easier to go alongside Iblis, but instead, he is taking a stand and fighting against him for the greater good. The silence overtook us as we continued to walk down the hall. Nobody knew what to say, so everyone chose to remain silent. Soon, a floating figure came into view. Lucy! Tegan screamed as she darted toward her hovering body. I quickly looked around the room to see if anyone was there, but to my surprise, not a single shadow was banging on the closed door. It was eerie and too quiet, which made me believe something was not right. "Tegan, be careful," I hollered out as my mate made it to Lucy's side. "Something isn't right." Tristan huffed out my exact thoughts as he scanned his surroundings. "Lucy!" Tegan screamed again as she waved her hands in front of her face. However, she had no response, not a single reflex to the motion. Her eyes were rolled to the back of her head, and her body was limp. If she wasn't being magically held in the air, she would be on the ground. She almost looked dead, but the faint heartbeat beating in her chest told me otherwise. "She is in a magic-induced trance," Tristan said as he approached Tegan and Lucy. "How do we wake her up?" Tegan asked fearfully. "The only way to reverse this form of trance is to break the connection to the one who placed it." "Which means what exactly?" I asked, although I had an idea what he meant. "Whoever placed this spell has to be knocked unconscious to break the connection of the spell, or they have to die," he replied before looking around the area again. Wake up, damn it!" Tegan began to scream as she shook Lucy's body. "That's not going to work," Tristan said as he began to pace. "Something isn't right. Surely Iblis knows that we've escaped his mind-controlled room. In that case, I'm not sure why he would leave her body here." "Where are all the shadow people?" I asked next. "That's the other thing. Where did they all go and why?" he then asked. "It just doesn't make sense. Unless it's a trap." "A trap for us?" Tegan asked as she looked up at Tristan's pacing form. "Think about it. If he kills the tribal wolves, nobody else can close the gates." "There are other tribal wolves. His collection proved otherwise." Tegan responded next. "Yeah, but all of their minds have been compromised. He controls them indefinitely." He replied, looking back at Tegan. "So what do we do?" I quickly asked. "Get the fuck out of here, that's what," Tristan said while grabbing Tegan's arm. Tegan tried pulling Lucy, but her body wouldn't budge from its spot. "He isn't going to just let her go. She is his key. I'm not leaving here without her. She risked it all to come here and rescue me. I won't leave her." Tegan screamed as she began to mutter words in Latin. "You think a spell is going to help us here?" Tristan asked angrily. "It has to," Tegan screamed back. Suddenly, in every direction, smoke-like figures began to filtrate the area. "We are under attack," Tristan screamed. He quickly used his hands to push an invisible force through them, as a gush of power pushed the shadow figures back, only momentarily. "We have to fight!" He then screamed over at Tegan and I. "How the hell does a normal person with no magical abilities fight an already deceased shadow?" Tegan's POV. Demons were attacking in every direction. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. They don't offer a Demon 101 class for us on what is needed to stop them. I began to panic as the shadow figures hit my body, left and right, pushing me closer to the edge of the pathway that dropped off into the pits of hell. "Fight back!" Tristan hollered out. "How? I don't know what to do." What was I thinking? There was never a chance in hell, literally, that I would win. I had no clue what to do when it came to battling someone who was already dead. I should have done the research to find absolutely anything to help us in this situation. Yet I didn't. I knew what I was up against, yet all I did was learn how to harvest my powers and control them to use them against Iblis. And apparently, I was even doing that incorrectly. I hit the next figure swooping in to attack me, only my hand went right through its body. However, it managed to collide with my own body. What the actual fuck was going on? How could I not hit them, yet they could hit me? "Use your powers, Tegan," Tristan screamed. "I don't know how to use them without pulling energy off others, and I refuse to pull y'all's energy. It would weaken y'all," I screamed back. "It's not rocket surgery, just think and act." he yelled as his magic left the palm of his hands, hitting the figures, instantly making them evaporate. A holler from the side made me realize that Ezra was also being attacked, except he had absolutely no magic. Therefore, he would never win this fight. His body was thrown in the air as it skidded across the floor. "Ezra!" I screamed as I began to run to him, only for more shadows to appear in front of me, instantly stopping me in my tracks. One hit me again, making my body fly backward as I hit the ground. Another scream made me look up quickly to see Ezra was now on the edge of the wall, holding onto the edge with his hands. Another shadow of a demon swooped down to hit him, making me scream, a burst of energy radiating off the walls, hitting all of the shadows in every direction around the area I was in, instantly evaporating them all at once. I quickly ran over to grab Ezra's hand, attempting to pull him off the ledge, but his body was too heavy for me. I couldn't get him up. The more I pulled, the more I struggled, quickly losing my grip on his hand. I could feel the sweat between our hands, causing friction, making me lose my grasp. "Don't let go!" Ezra yelled. "Tristan, help me!" I hollered. But he was occupied fighting for his own life against the shadows that weren't evaporated with my burst of energy. I looked back down, below Ezra. Everything below him was dark and never-ending. It was what I would describe as a black hole, or maybe even what I would assume the bottom of the ocean looked like. Nothing but pitch black. With each passing second, I could feel his hand slipping out of mine. "I can't hold on much longer," I screamed out in a panic. My hands were busy holding onto him as hard as I could, so my magic was useless. I didn't know how to use it while they were occupied holding onto him. The sweat was building and my grip was loosening before they slipped right out of my own hands. Then I watched as he began to fall into the darkness. "No!" I screamed out, now trying to use my free hands to keep him from free falling. I couldn't get my powers to come forth. Normally, panic was when they worked best. However, as his body continued to fall, I realized I was epically failing at saving my mate's life. How was I supposed to protect the world if I couldn't do a basic levitation spell in a time of need? Tears began to flow freely down my face as more shadow figures began to filtrate the area. But at this point, my heart was shattered. My mate was gone. He fell into the pits of hell, and my magic was doing nothing to save his life. I felt hopeless and completely broken inside. "Fight them back!" Tristan screamed again from across the room. But what was the point? My entire world was gone. What else was there to fight for? "For ourselves! For our son!" Gemma screamed, but all I could do was think about him, how I lost him. "Fight back, Tegan!" Tristan screamed again. But truth be told, I saw no point. I was useless. This battle was pointless, and they'd already won. So instead, I stood there motionless and in a daze, not really caring what happened to me next. "We have too much to live for, to fight for. Snap out of it and fight back." Gemma screamed at me again. But I ignored her pleas. How was she okay with this? We just lost our mate, our other half. What makes her able to push that heartache aside and fight? As if what happened didn't just happen. How was she not completely broken inside like I was? "You need to snap out of it. We need to get out of here," Tristan hollered as he took hold of Lucy, murmuring some incantation before her body dropped into his arms. "Let's get the key out of here," he screamed as he bolted toward the door. I stood up from the ground while the shadow figures regrouped. My eyes drifted over to where Ezra was dangling, begging me not to let go. His words were echoing in my mind on repeat. "Tegan, he is gone. Let's go before you make your son an orphan," Tristan yelled as he got to the door, reaching down for the knob. He turned the doorknob and the light from the other side shined in. Familiar faces emerged from behind the door, and their voices flooded my senses. "Come on. Hurry, we need to close it back. Get over here before more demons get out." I could hear multiple different screams coming from one direction. I forced my body to move toward them. I was still in a daze, trying to come to terms with the fact that Ezra risked his life to come down here and save me, Now I was leaving this awful place without him because I was unable to do the same for him. Once I was on the other side, the door slammed shut behind me. "What happened to Lucy?" The voice of Frederick hollered out. A soft hand then touched my shoulder, causing me to look over. "Honey, where is Easy?" The soft voice of Helena began to ask, but before she could get his name out, I was already shaking my head no in response as more tears fell down my face. She then pulled me into her arms for a tight embrace. So much for a secret knock, not like either of whom knew it could have done it anyway, seeing how one is unconscious and one is... Darian started to say before switching the conversation. "How'd you open the door anyway?" Helena had her magic on it. Tristan then looked over at Darian and rolled his eyes in response before walking to the door and murmuring another incantation. "That'll hold long enough to get Helga, then we close it for good." He then said as he turned to me, "Sorry about your mate," he said almost apologetically before pulling out his phone from his pocket, dialing digits, and walking away. "What happened down there, T?" Frederick asked as he cradled Lucy tightly to his chest. "Let's get back to the kingdom, then I'll explain," I responded as I started to walk out of this goddess-awful house. All I knew was that I was determined to kill Iblis before he took anyone else from me. Tegan's POV. Everyone was talking at once, and I couldn't concentrate on the pressing matter. "What do you mean he is gone?" Liliana's powerful voice asked, overshadowing everyone else in the room. "She means she couldn't save him," Tristan replied instead. My heart broke a little more at his truthful words. Because he was right. I couldn't. "How? I don't understand. You have powers. How did you just let him slip from your hands?" Her questions were eating away at me one at a time. I have already asked myself these questions a dozen times over. How? Why? What if? What could I have done differently? But it all led to the same answer. I just couldn't. And now he was not here, and there was nothing I could do to change that fact. It wasn't her fault. She doesn't know how to draw her powers from herself yet. Tristan continued to defend me. "What does that have anything to do with saving my son?" Liliana asked as the tears welled in her eyes, making my heart ache even more. "She doesn't know how to use her powers when she has her hands full." He countered defensively. "She is new to this. She tried her best." "Well, it wasn't good enough." She muttered so low that if we weren't wolves, we wouldn't have heard. My heart was already drowning with sorrow along with guilt. Now I had even more weight on my shoulders. "I'm sorry," I finally said while looking at the ground in shame. "Some powerful wolf you are," Liliana's angry voice said as she stormed out of the room. "Don't listen to her. It's just the grief talking. She doesn't mean it." "She does, and I get it. It was my fault. He wouldn't have been there if it weren't for me. Therefore, she has every right to blame me." Not true. He is a grown man who can make his own decisions. He knew what he signed up for. Hell, she knew too. Helena spat out angrily, making Tristan look at her while biting his lip. I felt like someone was standing on my chest. I was so defeated and the real battle hadn't even begun. How was I supposed to make it to the end when I couldn't even pull myself together now? "Give yourself some time," Tristan said, making me look up at him in confusion, since I hadn't said anything out loud. Helena's surprised face looked back and forth between us. Even while I was being consumed in my grief, I hadn't missed the awkwardness that was happening between the two of them. They were acting as if they knew one another, but didn't want to acknowledge it. "Did I forget to mention I can hear people's inner thoughts?" he asked with a little laugh. I looked over at Helena as she bit her lip and looked away. What was going on with her? "Stay out of my head," I then demanded angrily as I looked at him. "How else am I supposed to help you successfully take down the most powerful man if you won't talk to me? The grief will only cloud your judgment and mess with your powers. I understand you're in pain, but you need to push on if we want to beat him." Is it such a bad thing if we don't? Do you even hear yourself? Helena asked next. Loud and clear, I said as I stood up. And I see no point. We all are going to die anyway. That is no way of thinking. We can do this, Helena nearly screamed. Not if Helga doesn't show. Hell, even if she does show up, if she still doesn't help us, then what? We were stupid to think we could take him on. We will never defeat him. Did someone say my name? A new voice I'd never heard said from the doorway. Oh, it's you bunch again. How many times do I have to decline before you dense people take no for an answer? Is that any way to speak to an old friend? Tristan said as he approached her. Her mere presence sent me back in time when Liam tried to kill me. She looked just as heartless and cruel as that day. She had no care in her eyes. It was as if she had no humanity left. What are you doing with these people? She asked as he kissed both of her cheeks, making Darian let out a menacing growl. Oh, down dog, Helga then said in response. What was I missing here? Had they already been acquainted, and if so, why was Darian acting so familiar and protective? Unless, are you two mates? I asked, looking between them. I refuse to allow the universe to tell me who I have to be with. So no, dear, I have no mate. I'm not even a wolf, I'm a witch. I will be with whoever, whenever, but never will I bow down to such a thing. Her cold voice responded. I looked over to Darian, who looked completely broken by her words. So, why am I here? She then asked, looking at Tristan. Because you're going to help close the gate, as the prophecy says. I already declined that offer, thanks though. She then said with a laugh, I wasn't asking, Helga. And who do you think you are, demanding me to go against your father? Because we both know what I have. If you choose not to help, I'll destroy it without a second thought. You wouldn't. Try me, Helga. The room became hostile and uncomfortable. I hope he knew what he was doing. Blackmailing a powerful witch wasn't the smartest thing. But then again, if it got her to help, then fuck it. Fine, when do we do this? She then said, crossing her arms over her chest. Tonight, it is the full moon. We can use that to harvest more power between the four of us. Once the moon is at its fullest, we will begin the ritual. Your father is going to kill us. Not if I kill him first, he replied, making Helga erupt in a fit of laughter. I'd love to see the day when you out of anyone kill Iblis. It would be a day to remember, she said before looking at me. And here I thought that they wouldn't be able to save you. You lost a lot of blood, but appears you're a fighter, like your mother. Isn't that right, Tristan? She said, making me raise my eyebrows in response. Shut up, Helga, he demanded angrily. What does that mean? I asked curiously. Oh, did you not know? She asked, looking between Tristan and me. Helga, stop. Tristan's voice spat out, dangerously low. Or what? Gonna bite me with those oh-so-sharp wolf teeth? She asked, but her voice had humour lingering within it. Come on, Tristan. They should know who is fighting on their side after all, she said with a crooked smile. What is she talking about? What does Marcy have to do with anything? I asked, looking at Tristan for answers. Nothing to do with this situation. Everything to do with what kind of person you're choosing to trust, she replied as she took a seat. I already saw his memories, I replied, knowing he was angry and hurt inside. I bet you didn't make it to the best one. Helga, Tristan said threateningly. I looked between them before she spoke again. The memory where your dear old brother ruined your mother's mind and made her into a shell of a person, she said with a smile. You're the reason she is the way she is? I asked, looking at him, pain in my voice. Tristan quickly looked to the ground before once again meeting my eyes. We don't have time for this. The sun is setting, which means the moon will be out soon. We have to close that gate. Whether you trust me or not, I am your only hope. He wasn't wrong. I did need him to close the gate. But that doesn't stop my mind from thinking about the fact that he was the one who tortured her to the point of her no longer being herself. How was I supposed to just move on from that fact? Tegan's POV. After the terms were agreed upon, everyone dispersed, not wanting to be in the same room as one another anymore. I, however, stayed behind, to remain in the state of self-wallowing from my guilt and grief, I guess. I sat in the armchair that he had sat in during our Christmas gathering as I thought back on the memory. It wasn't that long ago. He had such a big smile and was so happy. I wanted to remember his smile forever. Christmas was his favourite holiday. He once told me that it was his favourite because of the traditions his father gave him while growing up. I may not personally see the hype about Christmas like he did, but what I did see was true happiness, something I wanted my son to feel each and every day, not just on one specific day. I was lost in my cherished memories while stroking Elias's head in a comforting manner. He was far too young to understand the pain and loss that I felt, which was the only good thing out of this. I'm glad I didn't have to explain to him why his father wasn't coming home. At least I didn't have to yet. He really is a beautiful kid, a voice said, breaking me away from my thoughts. I looked over to see Tristan standing there watching us. Thanks, I muttered as I cradled Elias closer to my chest. Listen, I'm sorry about everything. Had I known then what I know now, I wouldn't have done it. Done what exactly? Any of it. What? Torture Marcy to no return or kidnap me to do the same thing? Both reasons. I'm sorry for being such a prick, for only thinking of myself, and also for everything I've done in my lifetime. He had this look in his eyes as if he was telling the truth, but at this point, he could be a mastermind manipulator. Who knows? I can't forgive you for everything you've ever done. I can only forgive you for what you've done to me. But what I don't understand is why you did it, I then said as I looked over at him. Because I was told to. Like I said, I did everything he asked of me without questioning it. Until recently. I was trying to show him I was the prodigy he sought me to be. Clearly, I was wrong. I'm nothing like him. I knew that fact deep inside, but I pushed it aside because if I wasn't his prodigy, then what was I? A special wolf, I replied without a second thought. Not exactly how I felt. I felt like if I wasn't what he wanted me to be, then I would once again become that image of a misplaced freak. You've met other tribal wolves. Why would you think you were a freak? Because I was different from even them. I was alone with what I was. I was isolated and different. I only stared at him because at one point I felt the same way. Not because of my gifts, but because of me being deaf and different. I was a different person back then. I also felt like a freak, so I could relate to that feeling on a personal level. When I didn't respond, he spoke again. Listen, I didn't just come in here to ask you for forgiveness. What else did you want then? I'd like to see Marcy. I don't think that's a good idea, Tristan. I mean, you are, after all, the reason she is batshit crazy. Please, Tegan, I need to apologize to her. I'm not sure she'll comprehend it. Please, he begged shamelessly. I sat there, thinking about his words, and then I remembered Gemma saying we all deserved at least one more chance. I wasn't sure if this was the right move. However, if I were in his shoes while feeling the weight of what I'd done, and the only way to move on was to apologize for my mistakes, then I would want someone to allow me to try to make peace with my darkness and find redemption too. I looked up at the clock and saw we still had an hour before we had to go back to that dreadful house and seal the gate for good. Okay, since you might die anyway, I might as well let you make peace with your demons. Literally, I said as I stood up. Damn, you sure have no faith in my abilities to take down Iblis, do you? He asked as we walked to the infirmary. I don't have faith that any of us can take him down anymore. We just need to focus on closing the gate. That's all. Hopefully in the process, he doesn't show up. Once we approached the door, I stopped in front of it before turning to address him again. Marcy only remembers you. I don't know if she'll recognize you now, but all she talks about is the past you. So just be ready, I said, although I'm sure he already knew that. I opened the door and stepped to the side to allow Tristan to enter. Once he was inside, I entered behind him. He blankly stared at her as she rocked back and forth, repeating the same thing over and over. I don't remember her being this far gone, he said as he approached the bed. Marcy, hey, it's me. I'm here, he said before reaching his hand out for hers. Once his skin touched her skin, her eyes shot up to look at him. No, no, no! I told you I don't know! She started to scream. Don't hurt him. I promise I will cooperate. That was the most she had spoken other than her rambling since we used magic to take away her dark side. I'm not here to ask you anything. He stumbled over his words as he spoke. Please leave my baby out of it. He is just an innocent baby. He deserves far more than this life. She begged, making my heart clench in my chest. I won't touch him, I promise, he said, giving her the answers she desired. Protect him. Don't let his real father find him. He is special, a very special boy. Promise to always keep him hidden. I could see the tears forming in his eyes, but he closed them, willing them away instead of embracing them. He then put his hands on each of the cheeks as he stared deep into her eyes. I'm so sorry for all that I've done to you. I'll make it all go away, I promise, he whispered as he began to chant a spell I'd never heard before. After a few minutes of him chanting, Marcy closed her eyes. He continued to chant, however. The lights in the room flashed before he went silent. After some time, Marcy opened up her eyes, looking at him once again. Tristan, where are we? Is everything okay? She asked while looking around the room. Her eyes landed on me and she paused, almost lost in her thoughts. Tegan, is that you? Was the words that left her mouth next completely taking me by surprise. Y'all found each other just like she said y'all would, she then said as she looked between the two of us. Who was she talking about was all I could think to myself, but asked Tristan something instead. What did you do? I restored her memories that I took, he answered, before standing up. I really am sorry, he then said, looking between us. I was confused about how he did it. We had tried everything under the moon to restore her former self and were unsuccessful. But he comes in chanting some random spell and poof, she is back as if it never happened. How is that possible? Tegan, we have to get going. The sun is setting. We have to close that gate before it's too late, ma'am, he then said, breaking me out of my thoughts. I'll be right behind you, I replied to him before looking back at Marcy. We will be back. We have much to discuss, I then said as I followed Tristan out of the room. Just how powerful was Tristan really? Was he holding back on his true abilities? Tegan's POV. We all began to pile into the vehicle we were taking to get to the house. For some reason, I was becoming insanely anxious. Where are we all supposed to sit? Helga asked, irritation obvious in her tone. Lap up for all I care, Tristan replied as he climbed into the driver's seat. I have a nice and warm seat right here, Darian said to her as he patted his thigh. No, thank you. I'd rather walk, she responded sarcastically. Just get in, Helga. We don't have time for childish games. If you want your relic, get in, so we can get this job completed, Tristan said, making her let out a sigh before climbing in and sitting in Darian's lap. I left Elias with Tanner, a trusted friend. I would have asked Liliana, but I chose not to because she was angry with me. Tanner would protect him with his life, so I wasn't concerned. I just hoped this mission didn't turn south and I made it back safely to my son. Where is the key anyway? Helga asked while examining all of our faces in the vehicle. Being treated for whatever it was Iblis did to her, Frederick replied angrily. Oh, wonderful. We didn't even bring the bargaining chip. Let's all hope that Iblis doesn't show up. Our lives might depend on it. She will not be used as some negotiation tool, I replied angrily. I wouldn't use Lucy as a bargaining chip even as a last resort. I wasn't cold-hearted like her. That's your downfall. You care too much. I haven't survived all this time by just pretty looks. I make sure to always put myself first. Which is exactly why you'll always be alone and in misery, Tristan replied, making her huff out angrily. The rest of the ride was short-lived and silent. Nobody had anything else to say. As we arrived, the sun was no longer in the sky. It had long since set and the moon was beginning to shine brightly, illuminating the beautiful rays of the starlight night sky. As we arrived, something immediately felt different. "Where is the house?" I asked, looking out at the open land the house once stood on. "There was never actually a house there. It was just a figment of the imagination," Tristan replied. "Of course, another mind game. Iblis's signature move." "Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve?" "He has plenty. Don't underestimate him. He just really likes to mess with people's minds," Helga said with a laugh. Obviously I knew that, but so far all he has displayed was that he could really get inside of someone's head. "All right, let's find the door," Tristan said as he put the car in park and exited the vehicle. "See, another reason the key would have been useful. If she were here, the door would just pop up. Now we have to do it the hard way and locate the bloody thing," Helga spat out as she kicked the dirt. "You act like a little location spell is difficult," Helena countered. "It is, if you don't have the right tool to locate the bloody thing," Helga said as she rolled her eyes. "Good thing, I have exactly what we need," Tristan said as he pulled out a blade from a sheath tied around his leg. "Where did you get that?" Helga nearly screamed as she ran forward. "That is the least bit of your concern. We need it for the location spell, do we not?" "Let me see it. I'll get it popped up in no time," Helga said with a smile. "In your dreams. Helena has offered to do the spell." "She isn't as good as me." "I don't have to be," Helena said as she handed Tristan her hand. Tristan used the blade to cut across her palm. She then turned her hand over and clenched it shut as blood dripped onto the ground. While doing so, she muttered a spell which I assumed was the incantation for a location. Soon the blood began to glide across the top of the dirt toward a certain spot until it all gathered in that one area. Suddenly the door revealed itself, as if it were always there. "Easy peasy," Helena said, as she bandaged her palm, making Helga huff out in irritation. "What exactly is that blade?" I asked as I looked at it closer. It had symbols and sigils that I'd once seen in Helena's spellbook, which were deeply etched into the handle. It almost looked ancient, yet also antique. "It is the only object that will find the gateways of hell," Tristan said as he put it back into his sheath. "Oh, come on. Don't leave out the best part," Helga said loudly. "I wasn't going to," Tristan responded angrily. "It's also the only thing that can send a demon back to hell immediately without an exorcism. An exorcism requires the body of the demon-possessed to be trapped in a devil's trap. This doesn't..." "But the blade kills its host, right?" I asked curiously. "Unless they can be saved." "So an exorcism is the safest route?" I asked next. "And the slowest," Helga responded with a shoulder shrug. "How many blades exist?" "As far as we know, 3, Helena said, jumping into the conversation. "And we have one of the 3. Actually, I have 2 of the 3. I have been searching for the third for a while with no luck," Tristan said as he ran his hand across the door. "All right, the moon is almost at its fullest. Are we all ready?" he then asked, changing the subject. Yeah, let's get on with it," Helga said, as she grabbed Helena's hand. Tristan looked at me as he held out his hand for me to take. I placed mine in his, before we all started to chant the ritual spell Helena found. Sparks were flying out as the wind around us began to rapidly form in a tornado-like funnel as it circled us. The more we chanted, the faster it sped up. Suddenly it came to a complete stop. "What the hell happened?" Tristan asked as he looked around. I turned around to see what interfered with our spell. As expected, Iblis showed up and he wasn't alone. Next to him stood Liliana with blackened eyes, and the ghostly figures of Lydia, Kirk, Jackson, and Liam. I said out loud as the reality of what was happening hit me. "You didn't think I'd let you close my gate now, did you?" he asked as he held a blade to Helena's throat. "Let her go," Tristan demanded. "Don't tell me you grew attachments. Hadn't I taught you anything?" Iblis's cruel voice asked before speaking again. "If she dies, the ritual is done, hence no closing of the gate." "I won't let that happen," I screamed out as I threw my hands up, a surge of green light leaving them before colliding with his red light. "Little wolf is mighty and fierce." Iblis chuckled as he tossed Helena to Liam. "Want to fight?" he asked as he threw his other hand up, more power leaving it, which began to quickly overpower me. "Where is my key anyway?" he asked casually as if we weren't in the middle of a battle. "Somewhere far from here," I hollered as I struggled against his magic. "Shame, and here I thought we could be civil and do a fair trade," he said before he pushed his hands forward, knocking me on my ass. "You see, you have something I want, and I have something you want," he then said with a smile. What could he possibly have that I'd want? He then snapped his finger and Jackson came forward with someone. He then ripped the bag off the head. "Ezra!" I screamed in disbelief. "How?" "I watched him fall. I felt him slip from my hands." "I couldn't let my only bargaining token die, could I?" Iblis asked as he walked toward me. "Now, how about we make a deal?" he then asked as he lowered his hand for mine. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I make a deal with the devil and give up my best friend for my mate? Or do I fight like hell to save them both? Tegan's POV. My mind seemed to be on a continuous loop. My mate was alive, standing right in front of me, not a single scratch from the fall or even from the fighting on his body. I was so happy he was safe. However, the happiness quickly faded when realization hit me. My mate was alive, but in the hands of a dangerous being. Every second counted while dealing with Iblis. Have you ever been in a position where your morals were at battle with one another? A place in one's mind where you knew right from wrong, yet every part inside of you was screaming to choose selfishly? There was this rational part of my brain trying to talk me off the cliff. A part of me wanted to be selfless and make the correct decision, while another part was begging me to be selfish for once. It truly reminded me of the decision-making process where people use the phrase, "The devil and angel were on my shoulder, each pulling me in their direction." To me, phrases like that are just used as an excuse to help the one making a hard decision feel better about having thought, even just a moment, about giving in to temptation selfishly. In my case, it wasn't just an excuse. The devil was offering me a trade, asking me to give in to the deep, dark desires of temptation. However, even though he was asking, it was only I who could choose to either be selfish or selfless. I like to think that I am semi-rational and can make good decisions, but I'm still only part human, with a human mind. Of course, I was also part wolf, and although Gemma and I do share a body, we, however, don't share the same mind. We have separate instincts and rationalities who happen to also share most of the same feelings. Therefore, I can't say that I didn't consider being selfish and giving Iblis what he wanted solely for my benefit. But the more I considered it, the more I realized how wrong it was that it was even a consideration. Choosing one person over the other would make me just as bad of a person as Iblis himself. Plus, we were talking about two of the most important people in my life here. How would I betray one of them over the other when they both mean so much to me in every way? "I don't have her," I finally said, even if it were only half true. "What a pity," Iblis replied with a flick of his tongue. "And here I thought we were making such progress." "I don't see how we've made anything close to the definition of progress," I spoke out honestly. "I give you gift after gift, and yet you lie to me." I'm not sure what you consider a gift to be. Well, if your mom wasn't a good enough gift, then surely your mate was. My mom? You think giving me someone who couldn't even remember she had other children aside from her first was a gift? Oh, come on. How would it not be? I gave you your mommy back. You have a fucked up way of viewing what a gift is. As for my mate, not only have you sent someone to murder him, but you are also now holding him hostage. So please explain how any of that is like giving a gift. I like to call it a unique form of gift giving. But it appears as if you don't know the extent of what I meant, he said deeply, yet so calmly. When I didn't respond, he looked between us all before speaking again. Why weren't there absolutely any virgin alpha females for Ezra to wed? You know, more qualified females for the role than you. Because girls can't keep their legs closed even for a title of empowerment. Half true, but then again, oh so wrong, he said with a laugh. I made sure every single alpha female aside from, well, you, were indeed excluded from the picking for the king. I had your life mapped out before you were even two. I don't understand. How could you? I was pulling strings long before you were of the age of understanding. Helena may have shielded your gifts, but I knew you'd be special. I mean, your mother birthed possibly the first tribal wolf alpha male. Why wouldn't she also have a girl just as powerful too? So purely centered around a guess, you made arrangements for my life. I've done less strategic things in my life, believe it or not, he said with a smile. I don't understand. Why? Let's just say I've been busy for several years to achieve my goal. Which was pairing me and Ezra. It was a shot in the dark, most of my hunches are. However, this one was futile because it wasn't at all what I needed. You're not actually answering any of my questions. I was starting to get irritated with him beating around the bush. What was the purpose of this conversation? Was it a mere distraction? In due time, answers will come. Appears the time is now, because I'm sealing that door with or without the answers, I said with a stern tone as I shot my hand up Mose. I started thinking about what Tristan said. Just tell your mind what to do and do it. I focused on what I wanted, Helena. I used all my thoughts on achieving this goal. But the good part was just starting. He groaned out like a toddler as he snapped his finger, instantly undoing what magical connection I had formed to get Helena. Fuck, Tristan was right. I was wasting my time going against him. He was the most powerful being and could achieve his goal without having to really think about it. There was no comparison. He was better without even thinking about it. He has mate. We fight to the death, Gemma raged in my head. But there was so much more at stake. We needed to close that door and rescue Ezra at the same time. However, I didn't have the manpower to back me up to do such a task. I couldn't close the door if he had Helena, which meant that there was no way around an all-out battle. In order to close the gate, I must defeat the person standing in my way. He has proven time and time again that he is far more powerful, but his cockiness blinds him. Fuck it. I got nothing else to lose was all I could think about as I charged forward, making everyone with me do the same thing. So you want to do this the hard way then, huh? Even after I gave you the only chance at having a mate and a family? Iblis's sleek voice asked as he twirled his fingers in the air, waiting for me to get close enough to strike. Fate never defers. When one is meant to be with another, I said, as I came at him full force. The magic freely flowed from my hand as he dodged the attacks left and right. I was doing all I could while he stood in one spot, not a glimpse of fear on his face. Is that all the power the little wolf has? He asked as he struck back. His magic barreled right through mine, hitting me directly in the chest and knocking me off my feet. Ezra's POV. When I woke up, I was contained in a magical bondage that was wrapped tightly around my body. Good, you're awake. A voice I hadn't heard in what felt like ages said. I looked up to see the one person I didn't expect standing before me. Liam, is that you? What are you doing here? Am I, dear Goddess, your voice is annoying. No, unfortunately, you're not dead. Yet, he said with a shrug as he interrupted me. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was falling to your inevitable death. You did, or you were, but I guess it was your lucky day. Iblis just couldn't allow it. As much as the man is irritating, he always has a plan. So here we are. You're alive, and you will see your mate very soon. What was that supposed to mean? Did they have Tegan too? I'm a damn king, and I couldn't even fight something already dead. Give yourself some grace. You can't fight something you can't touch. My wolf, Kingston said. He had a point. We weren't exactly trained in the area of fighting the dead. That would change if we made it out of this battle alive. Even if I have to do major research, I would find the right answers and train everyone. It looked like I'd have to anyway, with how many demons escaped. Where is my mate now? I asked, quickly getting myself out of my thoughts. Safe, if that's what you're worried about. Speaking of which, I am surprised she survived. I cut her deep. I was sure she'd bleed out. His words were making me see red. I wanted to kill him all over again, but I knew I couldn't since the bastard was already dead. But that wouldn't stop me from trying. I could feel my body cracking as my wolf surged forward. Soon I hit the ground on all four paws, but I couldn't move. Damn, I missed the feeling of shifting. You truly do take the life of a werewolf for granted while alive. At least I did. Once you die, your wolf is gone too. They're just no longer there, and you rot in hell all alone. Anyway, you'll know the feeling I'm describing all too soon. It's too bad the magical bond that is holding you tight adjusts to your body type. Whatever you were planning to do is useless. You're useless. His words were hitting too close to home. I've been feeling completely useless for a while now. I was a king with no real powers. I was strong, absolutely, but strong was in no comparison to the strength of power. There, for a while, I was beginning to think some of Tegan's gifts were seeping into me. However, it appears I was wrong. Iblis must have been the one pulling me into those dreadful dreams all along. Looks like you'll be seeing your mate sooner than I anticipated, he said as he pulled the extra leverage of the bond to force my body forward. It was as if he were walking me on a leash, like a pet. Soon, Iblis came into view, and then everything went black. I was put to sleep instantly because once I awoke again, Tegan and Iblis were battling, and Tegan was not winning. She was on the ground and fear struck her face as he approached her. I started wiggling around trying to break free from this stupid hold. I knew that if Tegan couldn't win against him, I damn sure couldn't, but I would give my life to protect hers. He walked forward and smacked her across the face so hard that her face moved in the same direction. A very angry and red handprint was visible on her cheek. A growl erupted from me, making me realize I was still in my wolf form. "Hush that mutt up!" Iblis screamed out while I continuously fought against the magical hold. As he moved forward to strike Tegan again, another figure blocked the way, sending Iblis's body flying across the room. Why don't you pick on someone who can actually take you? Stop picking on those who aren't as experienced as you. The body who I now recognized as Tristan said, hatefully, "You, take me? Are you blind or are you just stupid, boy? When have you ever been able to take me?" Iblis asked with a hint of humor in his tone. "I've never had reason to go all out on you," Tristan said, as his eyes flared a red so deep that it sent shivers down my body. I remained in wolf form, not wanting to miss a moment. Plus, when I do break free from this magical hold, I would be more useful in this form than my human one. I hoped at least. An evil laugh made me snap my eyes back up to look at them again. "You think I'm scared of your little red eyes? Don't forget who made who powerful. Without me, you're nothing," Iblis screamed, which only made Tristan smile with his lip raised. "You should be scared. I am everything you never could be," Tristan's sleek, deep voice said. "You aren't even the king of the dead. You'll never be a ruler like me. You'll never be as powerful as me. and you'll never be better than me, Iblis said as he raised his arms in the air. Immediately, random people began to come into view from every direction, as if he had summoned them. You want a war? Then a war you shall have, he then said with a laugh as the people got closer. You think they're your ticket to winning? Tristan then asked. They could beat you with their eyes closed, Iblis spoke softly. Tristan, there are too many. We didn't prepare for an all-out battle. We're outnumbered, Tegan said as she got off the ground. Too bad this all could have been avoided had you given me what was rightfully mine. She is a person, not some damn object for you to use. They're all people, and they don't deserve to be toyed with as objects for your gain, Tegan yelled angrily. Tomato, tomato, he replied with a shoulder shrug. I wanted my key. You wanted freedom. We couldn't compromise, so here we are. Either way, I win. I'll have my key, and you'll all be dead. Therefore, there will be no closing of the gate. See how that benefits me so much more than a compromising exchange by Dintontina? Iblis asked sarcastically. You were never going to let us live, Tristan spat out. On the contrary, I was considering it momentarily. What? So a demon could kill us later? Precisely. No blood on my hands that way, he said with a chuckle. Everyone's blood is on your hands, Tegan screamed angrily. Pish, posh, I am the devil incarnate. What else would you expect? You're a warlock, claiming to be the devil. You're a nobody like me, Tristan said as he lunged forward to attack his father. Invisique! Iblis hollered out, instantly disappearing, but his voice could be heard in the shadows. Kill them all, he ordered his tribal wolf warriors. Way to be a fucking coward, Tristan screamed out as one of the humans lunged at him to attack. I immediately started to fight against the magical hold even harder. They needed my help. They were outnumbered. Incendia, I heard someone scream next to me. I looked over to see the ghostly figure of Liam go blazing in flames. He screamed out as if it hurt him while he released his hold on Helena. She then rushed over to me. I was surrounded by the ghostly figures of my past. She then flicked her wrist, sending them flying backwards as she began to chant unknown words while holding onto the leash of the magical bond. Soon it evaporated, freeing me from its hold. We have to help them, she screamed at me, but I was already one step ahead. I had already leapt into the air to take down one of the humans that were attacking Tristan. They started without the star of the party. How rude, a familiar voice hollered out. I looked up to see not only Lucy but also Uriah, along with several others coming to our aid, one of which included Marcy. What had I missed? How was she alert? I then looked over at Lucy to see that her eyes were flaming red just like Tristan's as she began flinging bodies across the room. I could tell she was searching for someone because her eyes were scanning the area, but who was she looking for? Chapter 1, 153. The battle begins. Tegan's POV. At that moment, my entire life flashed before my eyes. Knowing I was about to die was the most terrifying feeling. I've been afraid of dying before, but this was entirely different. Knowing Ezra and I would be leaving our child an orphan sent a sadness beyond measure coursing through my body. I needed to get out of my thoughts, so I shifted my eyes to scan our team's face. However, looking at them made me think about the reality even more. We were all still so young, with our entire lives to live. I quickly looked away from them to stare back at our attackers since they were keeping me lost in my thoughts. The scenery in front of me told me that this was going to be an all-out war. Iblis had so many tribal wolves. How had he gotten away with abducting she-wolves this many times? Surely recurring disappearances over the years would have raised concern. I watched as they began to shift into their wolves, approaching us threateningly in every direction. I then decided to look for Iblis. When I looked in the woods just beyond, I could see dark figures standing in the shadows. A chill ran down my spine while goosebumps covered my arms and legs as I stared into the depths of their cold, dark eyes. The feeling I felt told me that they were the dead and they were also here. However, as weird as it was, none of them moved, which told me that they weren't going to be the ones attacking us, the tribal wolves were, at least for now. All the warriors Iblis had with him let me know that he had been preparing for a war like this for a long time. However, it was a war I knew our side hadn't prepared nearly enough for. It didn't matter in the end, because we were outnumbered by the tribal wolves even without the dead, which meant I wasn't expecting us to make it out alive. But if those were my thoughts, then surely they were also Iblis's. It would be a miracle if we even won a single group. So why did he bring so many warriors? It leads me to wonder one thing. Did he know something that we didn't? Tegan, I need you to start pulling power from the earth so that you can power up, Tristan yelled. There was no time for him to teach me how to draw power from myself directly. So, instead, I quickly started to focus on what I'd been practicing. I listened to the sounds of all the movements around me, pulling the energy to myself the best I could. I felt the power circulating throughout my body. I was trying to work as fast as I could. While a wolf zeroed in on me, I knew I hadn't gathered nearly enough power when the wolf jumped at me. I quickly threw my hands up, breaking the connection to the earth to block their attack. As my hands went up, I managed to grab a hold of the wolf's neck. With basic training, we are taught to shield our weak spots, one of which was our neck. It was the number one area attackers targeted, probably because it was the quickest way to kill. I snapped the wolf's neck instantly, dropping their body to the ground. I took a moment to breathe inward as the sadness of what I had done washed over me, but I had to quickly shove it aside. I will need to mourn it all later. Right now, I had to focus on the task at hand if I wanted to survive. I looked around at all the wolves again. The downfall was that we were up against powerful beings. Some of them are more powerful than others, but all of them are powerful nonetheless. All I could think about was, how could we win this? The only answer to us winning either group was to end their commander. Therefore, for us to win, we had to end Iblis himself. However, he managed to disappear into thin air. At this point, there was no telling where he went. Hiding behind his warriors, no doubt. For someone so powerful, he sure liked to remain in the shadows, allowing others to handle his dirty work. I started making my way through the crowd. I wished I could just knock them out cold instead of killing them. My mind was battling with right and wrong again. If I knocked them out, they would still be alive, only unconscious. However, the downside to that would be that when they woke up, they'd start killing. The question of, what should I do, was once again playing on repeat in my head. The problem was that I needed to remain alive, and to do so, I would have to end these other beings' lives, whether I liked it or not. Even with the question, I already knew the answer. I had to do what I had to do. Kill. As I made my way down the path, blood coated the ground. I couldn't stop myself from the intrusive thoughts of, whose blood was it? All I could do was pray that none of the blood coating the ground was from someone that I loved. I had yet to transform into my wolf. I was so focused on finding Iblis. Maybe I should. My senses would increase instantly if I did. As my hand began to morph into a paw, another wolf leapt into the air. Her body collided with my own, causing us both to fall to the ground. My arms reached up to push her off of me just as she snapped down. I screamed out in pain. That was when the palms of my hands started glowing a bright red. Suddenly I could feel the energy flowing freely between us. The wolf began to buck as she tried to free herself from my grasp. Her teeth were snapping right over my face. She was so close that I could feel her breath beating down on it. The more energy sources pulled from her, the weaker she was starting to become. "Gemma, what's going on?" I asked my wolf, not sure what was happening. The wolf in my hands shook as she involuntarily transformed back into her naked human form while she gasped for air. "This isn't our power. It must be hers," Gemma answered, her voice just as confused as mine. "What kind of power?" I asked. a siphoning magic kind of power. Who are you referring to? I then asked, not sure of what she meant by her earlier statement of, it must be hers. I did receive power from the moon goddess. Maybe this was one of the many gifts she granted me. The woman then stopped gasping as she lay there, motionless in my hands. You know, you could have just stopped at taking her wolf, Gemma then said. What? You took her wolf first, siphoned the supernatural part of her right out. Then you continued and it took her life force. I didn't mean to. No time to wallow now. We have to get to Iblis. With this newfound power we are temporarily allowed to use, we can take him down quickly to save many lives, she said, dismissing what we had done, or better yet, what I had done. But she was right. I needed to find Iblis and siphon his magic which would hopefully end his life so that I could end the war. Deep down, I knew that I could do this. I just needed to make it out of the sea of attacks from the many tribal wolves first. That was possible, right? Tegan's POV. It all happened so fast. 1 minute I was walking down the rows of wolves, and then the next thing I knew, my body was being flung across the yard. I was not so close to the border of the woods, so close to being able to get to Iblis that it made me sick. I looked down as blood poured from my stomach, a branch sticking out that had impaled me from behind. It felt like my lungs were giving out on me. I couldn't breathe. I was gasping for air while also feeling like I was drowning in my own blood as it poured from my mouth. You didn't think you could defeat us all, did you? The voice asked in a malicious tone. I chose to remain silent, however. I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of trying to speak with a mouthful of blood. Some of us have been around long enough to know all the tricks you're using. Don't think for a moment that your tricks will work on me. She then said when I didn't speak, You better do something fast or that wound will kill you if your wolf can't heal you. Wouldn't want to waste a perfectly good challenge over a little branch, would you? Her gloating was becoming frustrating. She was so confident in herself that it was irritating. I say that, yet just moments before her attack, so was I. Before her powerful blow, I had taken multiple people's wolves. With the first few attacks, I had gone too far and killed their human counterpart, until I learned how to stop after taking their wolf only. But she must have been watching me because she managed to get the upper hand. She wasn't even in her wolf form, which meant she was definitely powerful. Little did she know, she wouldn't be for long because I wasn't going to go out like this. I could still feel the power circulating in my body, all that siphoned magic waiting to be used. I made sure to keep eye contact with her as my hands wrapped around the branch. I focused on the tree itself, making the branch pull itself out of me. My body immediately began healing the gaping wound that the branch had caused. You control the earth. So what? The woman said as she lifted her hands, causing the air to pick up speed. I'm one of the most powerful wind wolves. I can suck the air right out of your lungs, she said, causing me to freak out mentally for just a moment. I'm far more powerful than wind and earth combined, I said, as I used her twirling cyclone against her. How could you do that? She asked while stuttering over her words. It was as if she was suddenly scared. Good, she should be, because if you mess with the bull, you get its horns, or whatever the saying was. It's more like we messed with the devil and got his horns. Gemma responded to my thoughts while laughing at our situation. How could she be so buoyant right now? I feel as if I were shaking in my boots at the entire situation, while she is the total opposite. I wished I had the confidence that she did while under such stress. I am a part of you. This means if I am optimistic about the situation while displaying bravery, then you can too. You have courage like no other. You just have to shove the trauma aside so it can shine, Gemma replied, keeping a positive outlook on it all. Thanks, Gem. You are welcome. Now, let's beat this megalomaniac and get back on track for hunting our main target, she replied confidently. She was right. I needed to let go of the weaker version of myself that I keep holding on to and thrive as the puissant woman that I am. Not your concern. Just know, if you want to challenge someone, know their strengths as well as their weaknesses, I finally replied to the wind wolf as I flipped my hand inward. The cyclone she created sucked her body right up as her screams echoed in the wooded lands. It then spat her out as I slowed its twirl, sending the woman's disfigured body flying through the air, hitting a tree, impaling her just as she did me. I was sure that she had died before the tree ever impaled her, just by the looks of her body. That's too bad she had to die. We could have used her confidence, Gemma said after a moment. True, if only she wasn't on the wrong side. She seemed like she was experienced and could have benefited us. But truth be told, all of these tribal wolves would have benefited us in this chaotic war. As I stared at her body, a faint echo of Iblis screaming at someone caught my attention. He was close, which meant this war was closer to being over. I stormed in the direction of his voice. He sounded beyond mad, more mad than I've heard him since we met. It was almost a madness that could be connected to panic, but I wasn't sure since I hardly knew him or his behavior. Just as I made it to the brink of the woods again, a mob of wolves managed to trap me in a circle. They walked around me as if stalking their prey. There were 6 of them and only 1 of me. I started to feel fear creeping back in, but I shoved it down. I couldn't show fear. I couldn't appear weak. I needed to overcome the what-ifs and become the top dog. "I'm no dog," Gemma yelled. But there was no time for arguing. She hated being compared to a dog, even if a dog is a descendant of a wolf. Suddenly, one of the wolves transformed back into a human as she stared at me. The rest of the wolves continued to circle the 2 of us as if trapping us in a ring to fight. "I saw what you did," she said, her voice coming out velvety yet soothing to the soul. "It was her life or mine. I chose myself," I replied confidently. "Right. Just like now, it's either you or me. Who do you think I will choose?" She asked as her eyes flashed a violet color. What was that? I'd never seen a violet color in her eyes. This was something new entirely. "What kind of tribal wolf are you?" I asked in a surprised tone. "The kind that does what she wants when she wants," she replied with a smirk. "Not true." "Oh no. No, you can't do what you want if you're being commanded to fight by someone controlling you." "I am nobody's bitch if that's what you mean," she said, as she lifted her head and tree vines uprooted, snatching the legs of the 5 wolves that circled us. Their bodies were dangling upside down as the woman in front of me spoke. "Boom," she said in a calm, collected voice. As the words left her mouth, all 5 of the wolves' heads exploded. We were both covered in blood and membranes now. The urge to throw up was strong. "Don't tell me this sickens you," she asked as she approached me. Her hand grazed my face before she spoke again. "I can be far more gruesome. Would you like to see?" she asked as she twirled her finger in circles, not giving me a chance to respond. Suddenly, all the wolves surrounding us within 5 feet were sucked into a vortex as a crooked smile plastered her face. "Incendia," she said, while never breaking eye contact with me. The word made all 10 of the wolves that were suspended in her vortex catch fire at once. Their screams echoed all around while the stench of burnt flesh wafted into my nose cavity. When she stopped twirling her finger, their bodies hit the ground, but were still burning. "Like I said, nobody tells me what to do," she then said with a crooked smile. She was actively attacking her team, Iblis's commanded team, so what did that mean for us? Has the tables finally turned in our favor? Was she on our side, or did she just want to show off how powerful she was before killing me? But that wasn't even the biggest question. The biggest questions were, who was she? And what was her motive? Ezra's POV. Even with these wolves having powers, I was still able to keep up with taking them down. Their powers didn't make them powerful, which was surprising. I guess not everyone can be born as powerful as my mate. Speaking of, I quickly scanned the area to make sure she was okay. To my surprise, she was walking straight through them. Most of the wolves were unable to touch her. It was like she put up some type of magical barrier that kept her untouchable. That's interesting. I watched longer as some approached but would fly backward. It was as if touching the force field sent them flying in the air. Before I could process what was going on, another wolf jumped at me, biting down my leg as their head shook back and forth. I could feel pain ripple through as they broke the skin and blood started dripping out. I bent down, snapping my teeth at the small wolf. I managed to grab a hold of the excess fur around their neck as I yanked with all the power in me. I could feel their skin as it slowly detached itself from their body, skinning them alive. The wolf yelped out in pain before involuntarily shifting back into their human form. I momentarily felt guilt as the woman shook beneath my teeth. I hated this part of the war. You know, the part where I had to kill them. I decided to let her take the easy way out by snapping her neck, allowing her freedom from her misery. I looked around to check on the team. Surprisingly, all of us were still alive. I'm not sure how that was possible since we were majorly outnumbered, but I wouldn't complain. Was his goal to send out his weakest wolves first, to wear us out before his best warriors took us out indefinitely? The more wolves we took out, the more that seemed to be appearing out of thin air. Just how many wolves did he collect over the years? Ezra. The scream of my mother echoed out. What was she doing here? Wasn't she at home with Elias? Young man, what do you think you're doing? She then asked. Her eyes were as black as the darkest night sky. I couldn't get through in MindLink, so I quickly transformed into my human form to talk. Mum, are you okay? That is me, huh? She asked with a sadistic smile across her face. What are you doing here? To kill you, of course, she answered as she approached, a knife visible in her hand. Where'd you get that knife? I asked as I backed away slowly too. Not your concern. She answered with a shrug. She then came at me faster. The knife was out in front of her as she thrashed it from side to side, trying to strike me. Mom! Mom! I yelled as I continued to step backward, not wanting to hurt her. Mommy is gone. Her voice sounded the same, while her face looked almost no different, other than the blackened eyes. What have you done to my mother? I demanded angrily. Don't worry, she is still here, watching everything her tiny hands will do. How do you think she will live with herself when she kills her only child? Let her go, I hollered out. But it was useless. Why would the demon ever listen to me? I actually like this skin. I think I'll keep it. Thanks, though. At this point, I had backed so far up that my back was against a tree. There was nowhere else for me to go, nowhere else for me to turn. Oh, it appears you have nowhere else to run. What will you do? The demon asked with a hint of humor in its tone. It inched forward, waving the knife around carelessly. Mum, I know you're in there. Fight, please, I begged shamelessly. Please, I don't want to hurt you, I begged, hoping she'd hear. The trauma you'll endure after this is going to be hard, much like the pain you felt after losing dear old Daddy. Expect this will be much worse because her life will be taken by your hands, not someone else's, the demon taunted. Mom, fight it, I screamed as the demon put the knife to my throat. Come on, don't make this easy on me. I won't give you what you want. I won't kill her. So you'd rather she kill you and endure that form of pain once I let her go? Mom, I know you're in there. I know you can hear me, I said again as the demon cut my neck, making me hiss out in pain from the knife cutting into me. Fight back, it was demanding. No, I will not hurt my mother, I screamed. But she will hurt you, it said as it cut a little deeper. My horror was evident in the pain I felt. Mom, I screamed again, praying she could fight it. Suddenly, her eyes began to flash between her beautiful green and the dark black. She is a strong one indeed, fighting relentlessly, the demon said in my mom's voice, but just not strong enough. it said as it started to move the knife some more, making me holler out once again in pain. "Need some help?" someone asked from beside me. I looked over to see Tegan's mother standing there. "Please don't kill her. She is my mother," I begged, even though the demon had every intention of killing me with my mom's hands. "Don't worry, I won't," Marcy said as she began to chant some incantation. The demon was fighting back as they thrashed around. Her eyes were now primarily green. "Mom, you have to fight it," I screamed, hoping she could hear me. I can't. It's too strong," she stuttered out as the demon began to lose control. "You bitch, shut your mouth," it screamed at Marcy, showing how much her words had already weakened it. "Let her go," I screamed again, as Marcy continued to chant an incantation. "Nev," it started to say before being cut off as the hands of my mother impaled herself with the knife she held tightly. The darkness of her eyes instantly faded, leaving only her beautiful green to shine. Her body then slid to the ground as she held onto her stomach, blood pouring out around the knife. "Mom, why did you do that?" I screamed out as she pulled the knife back out. "Take it. You'll need it to take down those bastard demons for good," she said breathlessly. It was the only other way to make it leave for good. "Marcy was handling it," I said, as tears started surfacing. "It wouldn't have been fast enough. It would have killed you," she said as she groaned. I looked down, noticing her wound wasn't healing. I quickly threw my hands over her stomach, putting pressure on it. She had already lost a significant amount of blood. "Why isn't she healing?" I screamed out. Marcy stood there silent, watching us. "Marcy, why isn't she healing?" I asked again. "The blade is the devil's blade. The magic is keeping her from healing herself, just like how your neck isn't healing," she said, looking between us. "Helena, help me! Someone please, help!" I screamed as I cradled her body in my arms. "Ezra!" Her weakened voice said, catching my attention, "I am so proud of the man you have become. Your father would be proud too. Stop talking like you won't live. You're not dying," I said as tears fell down my face. She lifted her hand to touch my face as she stared deeply into my eyes. "You beat him for your family. Please tell Tegan I never blamed her. It wasn't me. She'll know what I mean." "You can tell her yourself. Stop it. Please don't blame yourself. Please remember I chose to do this to myself to protect not only you, but everyone else too. This was my choice." I pulled her body closer to my own. The warmth of her body was depleting fast. "I love you, Mom," I said, as tears began to run down her face as well. "I love you more, my sweet, strong boy." We were silent as I held her body close to mine. Her hand fell from my face as she gasped for air, taking her final breath. I continued to cradle her body as tears fell down my face. I lost my mother. My mother was dead. The pain was becoming too much to handle. I couldn't do this again. I couldn't lose someone else that I loved. This war had to end before it was too late, and everyone I loved was dead. Tegan's POV. I stared at the woman in front of me, fascinated. How was she not under the effects of Iblis's command? Was she so powerful that his words couldn't penetrate her mind? "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm everything you wish to be, but everything you're not." She means courageous and powerful. Things I desire, but fail at miserably every day. You must have a name? He called me ferocious, whereas your mother was malicious and your best friend Lucy was called what again? Widow. That's right. Cute, clever. She is lethal, but don't black widows that only kill their mates? She asked with a smirk on her face. If you mean the actual spider, they only kill their mates after they are impregnated. Her face crinkled up as if she were trying to tell me something. Was that amusement written on her face? "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked when she didn't respond. "Just amazed at how oblivious you really are." Her head was cocked to the side while she examined my confused face. Did you really think that he would let you take Lucy without anything guarding her? That he would so easily allow his magical trance he placed on her to be broken? What are you trying to say? I'm saying your friend is a ticking time bomb. Forget what you're doing right now if you want your brother to live. You were sent to distract me. He knows I'm coming. He is scared, isn't he? I asked in a humorous voice. As I said, I am nobody's pet. I am here solely for the courtesy of Tristan, because he asked, Tristan? Let's just say I owe him one. I am not sure why he would use his one wish on people he doesn't know, but here I am to help. And what exactly was his request? To make sure I can keep all of his siblings alive, even if it costs his life. Tristan asked her for help to save us? Since we had met, all he had displayed was that we didn't matter to him. So why was he doing this for us? Why would he ask to save us if he didn't care? But if Tristan asked for your help, then why do you have a name given to you by Iblis? I asked curiously. That's for me to know, and you to wonder. Now, let's go save one of your dear old brother from being killed by his mate, shall we? How are you so sure that will happen? Let's call it a gut feeling, she said as she turned, heading the opposite direction from where I was heading. How about you go save him, and I continue doing what I was doing? Maybe I can save more than just him with my task. My words made her stop in her tracks. Your task is a suicide mission. I was told to keep you all alive, not send you to your grave. I promise you'll want to help me instead. What you are heading to do is nearly impossible. Trust me, I'd know. Nearly, but not completely. Child, if you do what you're hell-bent on doing, you will indeed leave your son an orphan. How do you know I have a son? What does this woman know about me? How does she know what I'm doing, let alone personal things about me? You have many abilities and I have mine, one of which is that I can read minds, she said, responding to my thoughts. I didn't even know telepathy was one of the tribal wolf's abilities. It's not. I am no tribal wolf. I was just born different, she said, answering my thoughts again. But I sense your wolf. Right, that old grump. She's there, but she's not the part of me that is gifted. If you're not a tribal wolf, then why'd Iblis want you? For my abilities, obviously. So back to my question. Who are you? We don't have time to discuss me, she said as she looked at her watch. What? Is there a time limit or something? I asked with a laugh. Precisely, and we are cutting it very close. I looked back at the woods once again. Why does everyone keep interrupting what I want to do? Because it is not your destiny to fulfill. That lies in the hands of another, she said as she started to walk away again. Wait, I yelled out while trying to catch up to her. Wait, how do you know that? I yelled out my question when she didn't stop. You ask too many questions. How else was I supposed to know what was going on? She shows up saying she is here to help, yet answers minimal questions. Because the details don't matter. I am here to help. That's all you need to know. Yet, you expect me to just trust the word of a stranger who has yet to answer anything I've asked. I answered the most important question. Your eldest brother asked me to keep all of his inexperienced siblings alive. Isn't that good enough? Her calling me inexperienced struck a small nerve. I knew I was inexperienced, but if I kept being told how inexperienced I was and how I would die if I kept trying, then why was I even continuing to try? Why would anyone want to continuously be told, you're not good enough? I was supposed to be born for this. The moon goddess blessed me with her gifts personally for this task, so why is it not my destiny to fulfill, and how would she know it's not? I decided to continue to follow her instead of what I really wanted to do, because if she were correct, there was no way that Frederick could take down Lucy alone. Then, There was also the fact that Lucy would have to live with killing her mate before ever giving him a real chance. Wait, she mentioned that Iblis called her the widow, and he was planning something bigger to make her name mean more. Did that mean that... To answer that intruding thought, the answer is yes, she said, interrupting me. I decided not to respond to her. The wolves around us kept charging, yet none could even touch us. It was as if a magical barrier was surrounding us, preventing them from getting too close. Lucy, stop! I could hear Frederick screaming in the distance. Lucy, it's me! He screamed next. We need to get there faster. Lucy is more powerful, more experienced, I know. She interrupted before continuing to speak. But I won't be able to get through to her. The only person who will be able to is me, I replied, interrupting her this time. Correct, which is why I needed you. It has to be someone powerful yet familiar to her. Unfortunately, a mate bond isn't good enough to break this form of magic. That's what's working against them? How do you even know that? I asked. Because I know how Iblis's mind works. This woman was a mystery. No wonder Tristan was friends with her. He was full of secrets and so was she. They were like two peas in a pod. A scream of terror made me start to run. I quickly ran past this mystery girl, coming upon a sight that made my heart pound in my chest. Lucy's eyes were a foggy white, but the worst part was that Lucy's hand was inside of Frederick's chest cavity. I can feel your heart beating in the palm of my hand, her voice said, echoing around the land. This isn't you. Please, Lucy, it's me. You know me, Frederick begged. I know who you are. You're the one who ruined me. Her voice sounded hazy, almost inhuman. I didn't mean to. You did, and now you must pay. Her hand started to move backward, making Frederick's face clench in pain. Lucy! I screamed, but she didn't stop. Everything was moving in slow motion, and I needed to act fast. Widow! I finally screamed, making her stop in her tracks. Her hand glided out of Frederick's chest cavity, leaving his heart in place as she turned to look at me. Ah, the other half of my moon cycle, she said as she turned her head to the side. Did you want to hold hands and walk under the moon's light again? She asked me sarcastically. I looked up at the sky as the moon shined brightly. Tonight is a full moon, which means we are the most powerful under its influence, which also means that Iblis's magical hold will be stronger as well. Will my powers even be enough to get her out of her own murderous mind? Ezra's POV. As I sat there trying to process the loss of my mother, I could hear the sounds of screaming in the distance. One voice stood out more than the rest. I knew this was no time to mourn. As an alpha, I was taught to put my emotions to the side during a time like this and deal with the problem at hand. As much as I'd rather get lost in my emotions, I knew better. If I let my guard down any more than I already have, then I could die, or worse, everyone could die. Just because I wanted to break down doesn't mean that it was the time or place. The battle still goes on without you. Widow! I heard the voice of my mate scream. She was nearby, and it sounded like she might need my help. I looked down at my mother's face one more time before laying her body softly on the ground. If we live through this war, I will be coming back to get her. She deserves to be laid to rest next to my father. I wasn't sure why Tegan was screaming widow, but the urgency in her voice led me to believe something was wrong. When she finally came into view, she and Lucy were fighting. Once I realized that they were against one another, I took off into a sprint. The only lucky part about this was that they were matched in abilities. One shouldn't be able to overpower the other unless a mistake is made. However, Lucy had been working for Iblis for quite some time. Her kill count using her gifts was way higher than Tegan's, which worried me. I don't understand why they turned on one another, especially in a time like this when the tribal wolves were attacking us. What the hell did I miss? What happened? Don't kill her, T. She isn't herself. I looked over to see Frederick on the ground, clutching his chest while panting. Why would Tegan kill Lucy? Hell, why would he even say that Lucy wasn't herself? "Lucy, this isn't you!" Tegan screamed at Lucy while she shot rays from her hands attacking her, while she dodged them tirelessly. "The Lucy you seek is currently not available. Please try again later." Lucy's voice came out in a tone that I'd never heard before. It sounded purely evil, but also really fake, as if she were mimicking the automated error voice when you call the wrong number. That won't work though, will it?" she then asked Tegan when she didn't speak. "He is controlling your mind. This isn't you." "Wrong. I will give you one more guess. If you're right, you get to be free. But if you're wrong, well, let's just say you will lose more than just your life," Lucy said as she circled Tegan. Her circular movements made it seem as if Tegan was her prey. "Don't let him control you like he did me." Tegan begged instead of answering. Nope, the answer was because there wouldn't be a later. She then used one of her gifts to uproot the tree roots to entangle Tegan's legs, holding her in place. "All you had to do was play along to humor me a little. Now you are making me do it. This is on you," Lucy said to Tegan. I suddenly felt a tightness around my ankles, which immediately started to squeeze around my legs. I looked down to also see the trees uprooted from the ground, entangling me as well. "Sorry, Easy, your mate made me do it. But don't worry, the pop of your body will be fast, kind of like popping a pimple. However, I prefer not to watch. I'll let Tegan witness it for us all," Lucy said as she walked away. I could feel crunching in my body as the roots made their way up it. I started hitting the tree limbs relentlessly with the blade my mother gave me. It recoiled slightly before starting all over again. I cut through each one, but for every root I broke, more seemed to appear. It was a never-ending battle, but I wasn't one to give up. I looked over to Tegan as she struggled against her own roots. They had made their way up one of her arms. I could sense how terrified she was through our mate bond. Even though I was also scared, I knew I had to protect her, so I used our mate bond to try my best to soothe her. Her eyes popped up to meet mine, as if a new sense of purpose hit. "Ezra, I'm going to get us out of here," she yelled from across the path while I continued to hit the roots with my blade. Somehow, the roots were only increasingly growing with every hit. The more I fought against them, the harder they squeezed. "Stop fighting them. The more you move, the more they do," Tegan yelled. Instantly my body froze, and it was as if instantaneously the roots came to a stop too. It took me a minute to realize why I couldn't defeat these damn things. When nothing I was doing helped, I thought more about plants when I remembered reading about this special plant in one of the books your mom gave me during my Queen's studies. My heart clenched at the mention of my mother, but I tried focusing back on what she was saying. It's called the Devil's Snare, which is a magical plant. I remember that it said that it only grows in locations where the underworld has touched the upper world. Seeing how this is the location of the gates of hell, it makes sense for it to be growing in the ground here. It said that it has the ability to constrict or strangle anything in its surrounding environment that moves or threatens it. So, if you stop moving, it does too, because it no longer feels threatened. "How do we get out of it if we can't move?" I asked, concerned. It had stopped moving altogether, which meant that it wasn't releasing us just as it wasn't tightening. "Ugh, I can't remember," she screamed, frustrated. "Out of all the things to forget, I forget what will free us. But ask me where the placement of dining utensils goes, and I could do it blindfolded." I laughed at her flustered face. It was an awful situation for us to be in. But even in one of our darkest moments, her face still brought out the light in the situation. "Wait, that's it! It's light!" I screamed out excitedly, accidentally moving my body, making the Devil's Snare constrict as well. "How did I not remember that? Of course it is!" Tegan yelled back as she began to chant under her breath. Suddenly, her body shined bright. It reminded me of the night under the moon when she received her gifts from the moon goddess. The brightness shot off her body as it surrounded us both. The devil's snare shrieked as it recoiled off of our bodies, slithering back inside of the ground. "You did it!" I breathed out as I darted across the path, scooping her up in my arms. "No, we did it," she said, smiling brightly back at me. "But it's not over. Lucy is under a spell and is set on killing Frederick. We have to stop her." "What about all the attacking tribal wolves?" I asked as I looked around at the chaos. "Once Frederick is safe, we will take them all down. I know what to do now," she replied with a smile. I hope she has a good plan, because with every opponent we've managed to defeat, another showed up in its place. It was beginning to quickly wear us out. "So, what's the plan?" I asked as we walked in the direction Lucy had gone. She then turned to look at me with a crooked smile plastered across her face, making her look mischievous yet sexy all at the same time. "We win this shit," she answered before turning back to the pathway. "Sounded like a plan to me. Let's just hope what she has planned actually works." Tegan's POV. Once I was over the hill that Lucy had gone over, the scenery around me was unbearable. Bodies were everywhere. I knew deep down that we wouldn't all make it out alive, and my heart was not handling that thought well. It looked like a bloodbath. Red stained the ground, seeping from dead bodies, while the earth absorbed the wetness from the blood. I walked a little while longer trying to listen for Frederick's or even Lucy's voice, but to my dismay, there was nothing. It was radio silent. I could hear the screams of pain from others, but not from whom I was looking for. "We're too late." "Don't say that. We will find them. We will break Lucy from Iblis's hold, and we will save your brother," Ezra replied confidently. "I have this gut feeling it's like a knot that won't let up." "It's just your nerves. Try not to worry until you have to." Easier said than done. My entire life has been nothing but worry, even after I got away from my abusers. Truthfully, I'm surprised I'm not medicated for it. Is there anyone left? I hadn't seen another wolf charge us since we started walking around. Did we somehow manage to defeat all of the tribal wolves? How was that even possible? The odds were not in our favor, so how did we defeat them? Suddenly, they all came into view at once, all standing still, facing the forest. "What's going on?" I whispered as I looked at the frozen-like tribal wolves. "I have no idea," Ezra whispered back. We continued to walk forward, not a single wolf charging or even moving a muscle. "Ah, nice of you to finally join the fight," the voice I never thought I'd hear again said. "Where is his voice coming from?" Ezra asked while we both turned around in circles looking for him. I zeroed in on the wolves. Was he in the middle of them? "Tristan, where are you?" I asked out loud when he didn't speak. "Make way." His voice came out demanding yet smooth. As if on command, the tribal wolves parted ways like Moses did with the Red Sea. "Look what I learned to do," he yelled with a big smile on his face as he walked between all the tribal wolves, none daring to attack. "I don't understand," I began to say as he interrupted me. "While you were off playing around, I managed to take control." "But how?" I asked next, confused. I wasn't going to argue about playing around. That was the last thing I was doing, but what I was doing wasn't half as interesting as what he managed to do. "He was born to do this," the voice of the mysterious woman said. "And where did you go off to? You spoke about having to save us, then disappeared. You had it under control. He, however, didn't." She answered. "I wouldn't say I had anything under control," I answered in a low voice. "You're alive. Frederick is alive. Lucy is alive. Your mate is alive. I'd say you did have it under control." "I told her not to try and save me," Tristan said with a shoulder shrug. "If I hadn't, you'd be dead. We couldn't have that now, could we?" She replied to him. "I still don't know what happened," I said, looking around. He just had to take control over his pack. A leader can break a magical hold if he really wants to. She answered with a smile. How do you know all of this? I asked impatiently. She is still a big question mark. I didn't know her name, and I damn sure didn't know how she knew what she did about us all. Tegan, meet my aunt, Talissa, Tristan said happily. Aunt? She looked to be just as old as him, which didn't mean anything anymore. But if she isn't on my mother's side, it means exactly what you think. I am Iblis's younger half-sister, she said, answering my thoughts again. But she answered almost too proudly, if you asked me. So, you are here to help your nephew defeat his father, your brother? I asked next. More like protecting him from his father. So you don't want Iblis dead? I didn't say that, but if you want to defeat him, you'll need my help. So confident. Yet I hadn't seen her do a thing to help us, other than have me stop Lucy from killing Frederick. Speaking of which, where is Frederick? I hollered out as I scanned the area. Actually, where is everyone? I asked next, confused. Well, Lucy took Frederick with her. Tristan started to explain. And where did she take him exactly? I asked, cutting him off too soon. Into the forest. Talissa answered for him. That can't be good. When Tristan took control over the tribal wolf pack, Lucy took off into the forest, probably to update Iblis on the current situation. And what about everyone else? I asked when nobody else came out. I'm not sure. You guys are the first I've seen since Lucy snatched Frederick, Tristan answered. So that leaves Uriah, Helena, Helga, Darian, and Marcy somewhere. Hopefully not dead. What's the new plan then? We have to fight the dead. Take down Iblis and close that gate. Talissa answered, We can't fight the dead. It's impossible to achieve. We either use the blades of death and we only have 2 of the 3 blades. But by doing so, we are risking killing their innocent host too. There is also the option of an exorcism. But by the looks of it, we have no time for a mass exorcism. Actually, we now have all 3 blades, Talissa said, nodding over in Ezra's direction. I looked over at him to see a blade of similar make to the other blades held tightly in his hand. Where did you get that? Tristan asked, pushing forward. I looked all over the world for that damn blade. My mother stabbed herself to save me. She used this blade to rid her body of the demon who was inhabiting it before giving it to me. Ezra said, looking down at the blade. Wait, did he just say she stabbed herself? Was she okay? Liliana I began to say before he interrupted me. Gone. Ezra answered, looking down. The stab wound wouldn't heal. She bled out in my arms, he said as a tear slipped down his cheek before he quickly wiped it away. The magical components of the blades do not allow supernatural beings to heal. It leaves wounds open like humans. Without medical treatment, death could occur, Talissa said, explaining why she didn't heal from her wound. Where did your mother get that? It's the most powerful blade of them all, Tristan said as he stepped forward. I don't know, but it's mine now. Ezra answered Tristan almost challengingly. Of course I wasn't going to take it. So we have all 3 blades. It's said that once all 3 blades are together again, a power beyond belief is formed, Tristan then said as he pulled his 2 blades out. The brightness of light radiated off all 3 blades as if they were signaling one another. I always wondered what power they held together, but now that we have the 3rd blade, it's a game changer. We only need 3 people to fight, but we have the tribal wolves for assistance to slow the dead down, Tristan said. What exactly are you saying? I asked. We need to find Helena and Helga. Talissa then said, Then you all can close that damn gate while we fight the dead. Tristan, are you okay with loaning out your blades? To who? He asked questionably. One for me and one for... me, a voice said, interrupting Talissa. We all looked over to see Marcy standing there, soaked in blood. We can do it, she then said as she got closer. "Are you even ready for this?" Tristan asked. "I've been ready since the day you were born, so let's kill that bastard before he creates more chaos in this world. Ezra, Talissa, and Marcy will be the Blade Keepers. The tribal wolves will also assist in fighting. While you are all taking down the dead, we will close that gate." Tristan said next. "Now, we just have to find Helena and Helga," I said. "Well, let's not just stand here with our thumbs up our asses. Let's get the real battle started," Talissa said, making us chuckle. Tristan handed Talissa and Marcy his blades before turning to me. "Let's go find our sister witches." I nodded to his statement in agreement. Now, all we had to do was worry about the gate. Once it was shut, we would join the fight. It's time that we finally show Iblis just who he fucked with. Ezra's POV. We decided to part ways in hopes of dividing and concurring, while Marcy, Talissa, and I went to war. Tegan and Tristan went to find the sister witches to get the gate shut. I wasn't sure what uniting all three blades would do. Hell, I wasn't even sure how to use them correctly. I asked Tristan what I was supposed to do, and his response was, "You'll know when the time is right. All you have to do is listen," whatever that meant. As a leader, I knew I would figure it out and find solutions. My blade felt as if it were vibrating in my hand. I hadn't had the thing for long, but that was a first. The closer we were getting to the forest, the more it was vibrating, as if it were calling someone, or maybe even something. Was that a sign? I wasn't confident that it was, not yet at least. Once we were at the edge of the tree line, you could see the outer layer of demons with their beat black eyes staring back out at us. If that weren't creepy, then I wasn't sure what was. "I see you managed to find a purpose, sister." The voice of Iblis echoed out of the deep dark forest. We couldn't see him, but clearly he could see us. "If that purpose is killing you for all the hell you put me through, then yes I did." Talissa replied, "Get in line, love. I've ruined many lives in my time, all of which wanted to end me, yet none have succeeded. Isn't that right, malicious?" "It's Marcy!" Tegan's mother screamed back in fury. "It is what I say it is," Iblis screamed out with a dominating tone. "Where are those dear old children of yours? Please don't tell me that they sent you three as a distraction." "Nobody is distracting anybody," I finally said. "So the king does have a voice. I was beginning to think you would let all the women speak for you." "You haven't spoken to me for me to speak," I replied angrily. I knew that I had been more non-vocal lately, hell, maybe even all my life. But that was going to stop. I would rise up and be the best king in honor of my parents. I no longer had them to guide me, so I had to do it myself. I was a grown man who didn't need to be told what to do, but it was never a bad thing to have the guidance of someone wiser. "I notice you have the blade. Did Mommy pass it on?" His annoying voice was beginning to get under my skin. "Don't let him get to you. The moment you rage out in a fit of blind madness, he has the upper hand. Never let him get in your head," Talissa quickly said to me. "Enough! While we are here complaining, real people have lost their lives on that field," I screamed at the arguing group. "Once Iblis was dead and not controlling the black-eyed monsters, we could take them down for good, sending them back to hell. I was prepared to hunt them down. But the question was, how hard would that be? They had already long gone, so killing Iblis was the first on our list to do at that moment." I looked up at the most powerful man suspended in the air awaiting his termination. I could tell he wanted to speak, but somehow I managed to overpower even his abilities. I then looked over to Lucy, who was also frozen in place. Her hand was still around Frederick's throat. Fear etched on his face. "Are you okay?" I mind-linked him while the others continued to banter. "Can we speed this up and free Lucy? I'm going to pass out from lack of oxygen," he responded urgently. Maybe I could reach Lucy's mind too, if Iblis could. "You couldn't reach her while out on the battlefield. She left us for dead without a care in the world." Gemma replied to my thoughts. "I also wasn't in her head." I responded to her, although she wasn't wrong. Iblis did a number on her mind without any of us even noticing a thing until it was too late. So it had me questioning if what he had done was reversible. I guess it is worth a shot at trying to get into her mind, Gemma said, finally agreeing, even though she wasn't sure herself. If Iblis could do it, then so could I, right? While keeping the magical hold on them, I closed my eyes, thinking about what I wanted to do. Just think and then do, just like Tristan said. I could feel this pressure in my head. It was as if I were feeling what she was. Was that the magic that Iblis had placed on her that I was hitting? Push harder. I can feel her wolf trying to reach out to me. I did as Gemma asked, and pushed harder until a sudden burst of pain struck me full force. That's when Lucy's body went unconscious, dropping to the ground, while also letting go of Frederick in the process. Ugh! It felt as if my feet were giving out from underneath me. "Tegan!" Ezra screamed as he caught my collapsing body. Weak-minded people never have the upper hand on those superior to them. I heard the voice that I was keeping at bay say, "Someone do something!" Talissa screamed. "I shall see you soon, Tally. Toodaloo for now," he said while wiggling his fingers in a way to say goodbye, addressing his sister as he instantly disappeared. Why couldn't you all just touch the sword and kill the damn man? Now he is not only still alive, but he is also gone, Talissa screamed. Real fear was evident in her voice. "We will find him, don't worry," Ezra responded, trying to be reassuring. "That's the least of our worries now. I have to go back into hiding. They can't find me. I knew killing him was too good to be true. The only damn weapon that could set me free and kill my brother now has to have a certain yielder. How convenient is that?" "Wait, the only weapon that could kill him?" I asked. "Yeah, didn't Tristan tell you that the only thing that could kill Iblis was that damned sword? But until my mother gave me her blade, the sword was incomplete," Ezra responded, confused. "And Tristan said he didn't know where the third blade was located," I then said next. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen the way that it did," he admitted as he moved closer. "Wait, I'm confused," I then said, looking between the two of them. "I needed to get that blade. It was the only way to kill him. I'm sorry." "So you're telling me that you knew where it was?" I asked. "I couldn't get it without her." "You mean without my mom?" Ezra corrected. "They kept it in a safe that was impossible to break into. Only your mother and father knew that it was there. I needed to lure it out. The only way she'd ever take it out of its magical bonded safe was if—" "The demons were coming out," I said, finishing the sentence for him. "So you're telling me that you paid the Declans for Tegan so that we could open the gate for you, therefore allowing the demons to escape? Am I hearing this right?" Ezra asked, his voice void of emotion, which meant he was angry, very angry. "She wasn't supposed to die, Ezra." "No, but she did. Therefore, she was just collateral damage in your scheme. A means to an end so that you can get what you want. You have to understand, it's the only way to kill Iblis. I had no other choice." "You could have asked," Ezra exclaimed as tears pooled in his eyes. "She would never have given it to us. Not even for that. This sword is far more powerful than either of you would ever imagine. Once word gets out about its reappearance, everyone is going to want it. Which is why it was separated and kept with 3 royal families across the states," Ezra said, letting out a sigh. "I'd heard about it. I didn't know it was real. They were separated for a reason, Tristan. Why would you ever unite them again?" "I had to kill him. I have to kill him." "Do you even know why they were separated?" Ezra asked, pausing for a response. "My goddess, you do." He then said, while looking at Tristan, "Iblis. He is nowhere near as dangerous as what you just awakened," Ezra exclaimed, interrupting him. "Tegan, you have to understand, I was doing this for—" "What did you wake?" I asked, now interrupting him myself. I could see his Adam's apple bob at my question, so I asked again in a more demanding tone, Tristan, what did you wake up in order to try and kill Iblis? It would have been worth it had he died. If you had known the rule of the sword, would you have continued to wake whatever it was that you woke? Of course not, he exclaimed. So it is bad. The sword can only be wielded by the true underworld leader. It can kill any supernatural being with just a mere poke, which was why all the demons got out of here when it was united. You're still not answering my question. He woke, fought up the most feared supernatural hunter. With the sword separated, she faded into existence, desiccated, and became what humans would call a mummy. The royal family then placed her mummified body in a magical tomb. But now that the blades are united into their sword form, it has woken the original yielder. She will kill anything supernatural in her path. Ezra finally answered when Tristan didn't. There is more to it than that, Tristan said with a sigh. The sword is missing its stone. It's a magnificent green squared emerald that has a swirling effect throughout it. It's called the Alexandrite. Now that she is awake, she will go after the sword once she finds its gem. Once it's united with the gem, all the supernatural beings she comes across, she will kill. Their souls will be sucked into the gem indefinitely, which is also why Iblis split as soon as he could. So without the gem, the sword kills the person struck, but apparently only if struck by the true yielder. With the gem, if struck, they're trapped in a hell far worse than Iblis could ever conjure. She is called Alex, the soul captor. Now that she is awake, she will come. Great, not only did Iblis escape, but now we have woken someone the royals wanted to keep dead. What the hell did Tristan get us into? Tegan's POV. I couldn't help but sit and think about our predicament. Not only did Iblis get away with his life intact, but there were demons out on the loose all around the world now as well. That wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that we awakened the most feared supernatural huntress known to our kind. She was feared enough by the royal families that they separated all the sword parts across the world. While also storing her mummified body in a magically sealed tomb, one she could probably escape now that she was awake. What makes you think she won't come for the sword first? I asked cautiously. Because without the gem, it doesn't serve its purpose for her. Her goal is to capture souls and trap them in the worst type of hell there is, not just kill them off, Tristan replied casually. Why would you risk releasing her into our world full of supernatural families? I figured if Iblis was dead, it would have been worth it. I wanted to take him down so badly. And I figured between all of us, powerful beings, we could kill Iblis, then break the sword apart before she could completely awaken. You would rather risk all of our lives just to end his? Marcy asked, surprised. None of this played out how it was supposed to. It all went south fast. He admitted while looking down. So let's just break it apart again, I suggested. It's not that easy. Ezra, how do you all of a sudden know so much about the Bloody Blade? Tristan asked. Aside from the small stories I was told growing up, I have this weird feeling inside. I can't explain it. I think he has some magical connection to the sword from being the carrier of the main blade when the three became one, I said, looking between the group. I don't understand how that's possible. He is a supernatural being. No supernatural being should have any form of connection to a sword that was made for the sole purpose of destroying us, Tristan exclaimed. How do we separate them? I asked next. Only a certain bloodline of a witch can do the magical performance. The only one who can perform the ritual is the direct descendant of the originating witch who created the sword. So, if we figure out who created the curse, we can then figure out how to break it, Ezra explained. What will we do until then? I guess we will have to put it back in the magical safe that my parents kept it in, Ezra said. That was made to contain only one of the blades, not all three, and definitely not all three combined. We have no other choice, Tristan. There is nothing else we can do aside from storing it. We have to buy ourselves some time. You know as well as I know that she can see wherever the blade is. She has a fifth sense. All she has to do is close her eyes, and she can see it. Tristan tried explaining. But if it is in the magical safe, it will make it harder for her to see. Therefore, it can be contained long enough for us to figure out how to fix your fuck-up. What's going on? Where am I? The sound of Lucy's voice echoed out. We all turned to look at a very confused Lucy. She will need to be restrained until we can figure out if Iblis's effects have worn off. I felt bad, but I agreed with Tristan. She was under his effects, and none of us knew aside from Talissa, who didn't even know her. The last thing I remember was keeping the demons from banging on the door while going to extract Tegan from the underworld, she then said while rubbing her head. A lot has happened since then, I replied as I approached her cautiously. She looked around, trying to make sense of her whereabouts. How did I get here? Tegan, we have to get back to the kingdom and conceal this sword before Alex fully awakens and sees exactly where it is, Ezra said as he took my hand. Wait, what did I miss? Who is Alex and what's so important about concealing a sword? Come on, Luke. Let's get you home. You need to rest and we need to figure out how to restore you to yourself, or at least ensure Iblis's effects are no longer affecting you, I said, ignoring her question as I reached out to her. She went to stand, and as she did, her leg hit the body lying next to her. Frederick! Lucy screamed out as she crawled over to his unconscious body. Frederick! He's okay, just passed out from almost dying, Tristan said with a laugh. It's not funny. What happened to my mate? Who did this? We all looked at one another in a questionable way. Was she prepared to know the truth? Could she handle knowing all that she had done? Let's just get you both back to the kingdom, okay? I asked, hoping that she would drop it long enough to get them safely back home. He is okay though, right? She asked with a tear-streaked face. I had a feeling she knew what happened deep down, but was suppressing the knowledge to deal with it easier. He's fine. No physical harm came to him. I made sure of that, okay? Oh, okay, she then said, stuttering over her words as she stood up. Tristan, can you carry Frederick? I then asked as I guided Lucy out of the woods. And Easy, you are in control of that sword, okay? He nodded in agreement while we all continued to walk out. Once out of the woods, there were hundreds of women standing there waiting for their next command. What am I supposed to do with them? I don't have a place to store them. They aren't objects to be stored, Tristan. I know that. But come on, I lived in the underworld. I don't have the means or the property to house them. They can reside in the empty houses where we keep the young alphas during training. We will work on getting housing for you all in the meantime. That would require land which I do not have. But I do, Marcy said, interjecting our conversation. We all looked back at her questionably. I had a life before your father, you know. One I kept to myself. You have a house? I have more than just a house, Tegan. I am the owner of the land that was once resided by the Shadow Pack. The pack that was wiped out? That would be the one. I am the last living member. I inherited the land when my family died. I kept a spell on it to ward off any squatters. But it has been years since I've been there. We could clear off the land, fix the homes, and create a new pack. A new pack, just like that? Tristan asked. Where do you think packs originate? Of course, just like that. I'm sure the land will need a lot of work, but we can make it a home. Until it's habitable, you can all stay in the Alpha training grounds. They will have to bunk together in groups of 10 just like the Alphas did, but I'm sure that's no problem. I appreciate the assistance. Anything is helpful. After what you did, you should. I should turn my head and let you figure it out yourself. Ezra. No, Tegan. He fucked us all over more than one time. He is secretive and destructive. He should be grateful we are even still allowing him to live, let alone help him build a damn pack. He was angry, as he should be. Hell, all of us had a right to be pissed off, but in Tristan's head, he was doing the world a favor. I doubt he would have done it had he known how badly his plan would backfire. Let's just get home. We have a ton of work to do. As a team this time, I said, emphasizing the word team. We were definitely going to have to get our shit together. We needed to find the bloodline of the witch who originally cast the spell and then separate this sword before we all became the hunt. I just pray that we find out who the original witch is, so that we can find their descendants quickly. More than just our lives depend on it now. Tegan's POV. On our way back, I explained to Lucy what she had missed. She didn't seem all that surprised, yet her face showed remorse. This led me to believe that although she may not have had control over her actions, she knew what she had done without explanation. We managed to get back to the kingdom with no issues. It appears Talissa was right. Now that the blades were connected, people were going to go into hiding, just as they should. Once inside, our goal was to find this special magical safe. Since Ezra never knew that part of the sword was kept in the kingdom, it may be harder for us to locate it. Maybe it's in her bedroom, Tristan suggested while looking back at Ezra and I. Liliana's limp body was held tightly in his arms. I have to take her to the infirmary for them to prepare her for burial, Ezra replied, ignoring Tristan's request while walking in a different direction than us. He blames me, Tristan whispered lowly. As he should, Tanner said, now joining us. Tan, where is your mate? Tristan is in that devil's trap you suggested, waiting to be released. Tristan? My brother asked. Appears you have the same name as my mate. You'd be so blessed if you were half the man that he is. Tristan looked at him questionably. I'm sorry, do you have a problem with me? He then asked. As a matter of fact, I do. I think that you're self-centered and a complete jackass. I also think you're shallow, and the only thing you think about is what will benefit you, Tanner replied angrily. Why don't you step up and say it to my face, big boy? Stop it, the both of you! We don't have time for this! I screamed while putting my hands between the two of them to stop them from fighting. But I was so tiny compared to them. Tanner, being half bear, automatically made him humongous, whereas Tristan was bulky with being an alpha. If they wanted, they could easily shove me aside and continue. You had better be glad Tegan is among us. I'd show you just how much I dislike your arrogant ass, Tanner spat out hatefully. There is a lot of testosterone in here, and I really need to flare out. We have bigger issues than this, I said in a more demanding tone. You're right. We need to free my mate from a damn demon he set free. Actually, I did not set them free. No, you manipulated others to do it for you, Tanner responded angrily. I'm the reason the gate was opened, Lucy spoke softly. Tanner turned to Lucy, a slight anger taking over before it deflated. I'm sorry, all of this is my fault, she exclaimed. We have more important things at hand. We need to get this sword stored safely before the mummy fully awakens and sees where it's located. Then we need to free Tristan from that damned demon. We continued walking down the hallway. The sword was now in my possession, since Ezra was holding his mother's corpse. So, we just have to find a magical storage box and all is right in the world, right? Tanner then asked. Not even close, Lucy answered. What would you know? You were incapacitated by Daddy Dearest, Tristan mentioned with a laugh. She looked at him for just a moment before looking at the sword in my hand. I know where the gem is, she then said, before looking back up to meet my eyes. It doesn't make sense, but when I close my eyes, all I see is a shining green gem. You mentioned the gem the mummy will look for is green. It can't be a coincidence, right? Her eyes were pleading with me to believe her. I knew we had to have her under observation, but why should I mistrust her now? She has always been upfront and honest with me. She also has put her life on the line for me on more than one occasion, even if she tried to kill me. We don't want to reunite the gem with the sword, so even if somehow you can see it, It needs to stay where it is. The further away, the better, Tristan said. But that's just the thing, she started to say before looking over at me. It's closer than you think. What do you mean? I asked. All I see is darkness with it shining brightly. But it's not about what I see, it's about what I feel. Why do I feel so connected to it? She then asked, looking over at the sword. Not possible, Tristan said again. What's not possible? I quietly asked Tristan. That two supernatural beings have some stupid connection to the sword. How is that possible? The sword was created to kill us, not for us to be its keeper, he explained. I can't deny what I feel, and I definitely cannot deny what I'm seeing, Lucy then said. We continued to walk down the hallway. The sword suddenly began to flicker this magnificent green color when suddenly Lucy stopped walking and gulped. T? I turned to look at her when she said my name. Her face looked beyond terrified. That's when the sword's flickering intensified. It was like I was holding a strobe light in my hands. That can't be good, right? I asked before looking over at Tristan. Fuck. What? It's here. Lucy finished the sentence for him. The gem is here. She then said, looking back at me. Which means, when Alex is completely awake, the first place she will be coming is here. She will be coming to a kingdom full of supernatural beings. What could possibly go wrong? Tristan then asked sarcastically. What do we do? We will have to lock the sword up until we can break it back apart. Then we have to figure out how to destroy that damn gem. Can I ask why can't we just destroy her with her own weapon? Lucy then asked as she glided her finger along the blade of the sword. Because she is its keeper, its master. But watch this, she said as she moved her finger along the blade. The blade glowed darker wherever she touched it. What if it can have more than one master? She then asked, looking back up. The blade was created to destroy supernatural beings, to create balance in the world. Isn't Alex supernatural? Lucy asked. No, she was a huntress, a human, Tristan replied. Wait, she has a point. Alex cannot just be human if she has been alive for centuries. A human also cannot be mummified and awakened. That means that when Alex took on the curse of being the supernatural huntress, she was then deemed a supernatural being herself. Therefore, she can also be killed by her own sword if struck by a different master. I pointed out what Lucy was trying to say. You are underestimating her. Alex is so strong, very powerful, and has been around for centuries, unlike us. But she is missing a vital piece to be harmful. She doesn't have her sword or her gem. Lucy then clarified. Which means we have the upper hand. I do agree, though. We need to keep the gem in the dark place where it's stored. The only reason I sense it is because it's near. If we also hide the sword in an equally dark place, then it will give us time before she arrives. It will only slow her down momentarily because she will come. It will just take her a little while longer to locate them than normal. Then let's get that sword in a safe place and get prepared for her inevitable arrival, I said, while opening the doors to Liliana's bedroom. If Alex was a supernatural being, we could kill two birds with one stone. We could officially take out the most feared huntress while also using the same weapon, her weapon, to kill the one person who started all of this over an obsession with power. We will finally be able to kill Iblis once and for all. Ezra's POV. It's been a month since we buried my mother, and some of the fallen warriors who assisted. Not a day goes by that I don't think about how wrong it all went. We managed to find the safe my mother stored away tightly and securely. It took a while to get into the damn thing too, but now the sword was safely stored away until we needed it. The gem, however, nobody knew where it was. Lucy insisted that it was in the kingdom nearby. But we searched high and low for the damn thing and there was no sign of it. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing though. The positive side to it was that if we couldn't find it with Lucy's sight, then maybe neither could Alex. If that were the case, then she wouldn't know where to find it, so we had time to dig into research on her origin. We were meeting up with a witch who could give us information about the originating witch, or maybe a descendant of said witch. We just have to hope that once they're located, they'll be willing to help. A warm hand touched mine. I looked up to see Tegan's captivating blue eyes staring back at me. "We can do this," she whispered, as she squeezed my hand tightly. "We thought we could with Iblis too, but we couldn't. He is now in hiding due to what we released. If he is afraid of her, then we are screwed. I don't believe that for a moment. I truly believe that we can win. I didn't have this feeling when it came to Iblis, but now we have the ultimate weapon to kill them both." She had a point, but the thing was, the weapon only listens to its master. How will it decipher who to obey when there is more than one who can control it? "We won't know until we try," Tegan responded to my thoughts. "Eavesdropping, I see. Lately, that's the only way I can know your thoughts or where you stand. You've been so distant and quiet." "I didn't mean to be. I'm just so angry, and I don't know how to overcome that anger. Every time I see Tristan, I want to rip his throat out for what he did. I have to learn to control that rage inside." "We didn't care when we killed her other family," King said in my head. "Step family, it's different." I hadn't even had the opportunity to discuss with her what we should do about her father. Maybe that was something we could discuss when we got back home. I wasn't even sure he deserved to die anymore. That seemed so irrelevant compared to everything else going on. "Fuck that dude," King raged in my head. "Honestly, I just want a normal life, happy and carefree. But with me being the king, that would never happen. If it weren't this issue, I'm sure it would be something else." "You want to be human," King's voice came out sadly. Of course, I didn't want to be a human. It would suck to be brittle and weak. But the idea of life without all this did sound nice. "I can make that happen," a sleek, cheery voice said. I looked up to see a woman in her early 30s sitting across the table from us. We had decided to meet in a public place, at a local diner. Humans were frequently here, so it was a perfect place for us to meet someone we didn't know. That way, if things went south for whatever reason, a fight wouldn't break out. Although some humans know of our existence, the majority don't. And the supernatural would like to keep it that way. No need for mad scientists to find out about our existence and try to do some wicked experiments on us. "You can make what happen?" Tegan asked. Thank high heavens she wasn't listening to my thoughts. I'm unsure how she'd feel if she knew I wanted a different life than our shared one. "I can make all your dreams come true. All you have to do is ask," she then said. What was with all these mind readers? Can't a man be at peace in his own head? "We need to find the original witch who cast the curse upon an object to kill all supernatural beings," Tegan said, jumping straight to the point. She then pulled her phone out of her pocket, sliding it across the table with a picture of the sword on it. "Who put this together?" the woman asked, fear etched in her voice. "Who did it doesn't matter, nor does the why. We just need to know who the originating witch was. We were told you were the person to ask. Are you willing to help or not?" I asked in a dominant voice. "Your mind and your words just don't match." "Are you willing to help or not?" I asked again, more angrily. "I want no part of that object. I'd rather be states away from it." "As would I, but the thing is, now that the blades are combined, nobody is safe in any state." "When was she awakened? How much time do I have?" I don't understand how people can be so self-centered when the world is in danger. "If I don't look out for myself, then who will?" she then asked. "Stay out of my head. You have no business intruding." "Don't I? You're the one asking for my help. I just need to know if it's worth my time, if you're worth my time." "The world is erupting in chaos between demons roaming and then the awakening of the most feared huntress, and you're wondering if I'm worth your knowledge?" I asked in an irritated tone. Play nice easy. We need her information. Tegan mind-linked. I took a deep breath before addressing her again. Look, we don't need your help. Help is always welcomed if you choose to give it. However, we don't require it. I only seek the information I already asked for. I only want to know who originally cast the curse on that sword, creating the huntress. She looked between us and bit her lip. Look, all I know is that sacrifices were made to create her. If I did the math correctly, she would have one life left. What do you mean? Tegan asked her. What do you want? For me to tell you the entire story? She asked with a laugh. That would be lovely, yes, Tegan replied with a smile, although the witch was clearly being sarcastic. She let out a sigh and rolled her eyes before she started to speak again. After the curse of the werewolf gene was created, the original witch who cast said spell on her lover became overly jealous when her curse became a love story instead. She then created the huntress so that she could hurt the man who broke her heart. Tegan nodded her head excitedly, waiting for the story. Although I had already told her, I guess she wanted to know if the story was different for the witches. Back in the early 1600s, there was a powerful witch named Sybil Harkness. She loved another with her entire heart. She created an elixir that was supposed to make them immortal. On their wedding night, he never showed up. She then cast a locator spell in which she found him in bed with another woman. He had given their wedding gift to his lover, allowing them immortality instead, while Sybil was left with nothing. She was angry enough to curse him and his lover, so that on every full moon they would be cursed to transform into a beast. Their bones crack continuously every month. I guess she thought it was enough to make him suffer, but her plan backfired. Instead, they embraced it together and even learned to free themselves from the moon's curse, transforming when they wanted rather than when they had to. Sybil was not happy, so she looked for an alternative solution. She used the blades of 3 men and a gem of 1 woman, sacrificing them to create a new curse, giving her 4 lives to kill his lover. But once she used the sword to kill for the first time, the need intensified. So she killed him too. That wasn't her goal, of course. She wanted him to live in agony. Instead, she left herself living in agony, cursed to kill all supernatural beings she sees, becoming the huntress. Wait, so Alex is Sybil? If the originating witch made herself the huntress, then to take her down, her descendant would have to help destroy her. How are we supposed to talk someone into helping us kill their own blood? Tegan's POV. The story was heartbreaking. She lived for revenge on a man who broke her heart. Why didn't she just move on? Would you have moved on if you were her? She asked questionably. I wouldn't have cursed them just to curse myself in order to kill them. She didn't plan on cursing herself. I doubt she would have used herself if she knew that it would leave her how it did. That was her punishment for disrupting the balance of nature. Maybe. Her idea was purely to have the love of her life live miserably. Instead, she set them sort of free, while it was she who lived miserably. Karma for trying to play the goddess, Ezra said with a shrug. And how do you think your goddess was made? What? Think about it. A witch cast a curse, creating the first werewolf, who was also the first of her kind to die. Are you saying that the moon goddess is the lover of Sybil's man? I'm saying that there is a reason you exist. You exist solely based on a curse. Did they have children to somehow create more werewolves? No, but in death it gave her the power to recreate her genes somehow. I don't have the answers, and what I am saying may not be real, but it's logical. I thought that Sybil was cursed to kill all supernatural beings. She is, but the humanity in her seeks out your kind the most. How do you know so much? A smile formed across her face as she twirled her hair with her finger. I'm surprised you haven't asked me my name. She then said with her crooked smile. I'm sorry, We jumped right to the point and forgot formalities. I am Tegan Hendricks, and this is Ezra Hendricks. What is your name? Novalee. Well, Novalee, we really appreciate your insight. It will help us track down any of her descendants. You didn't ask for my last name? How was her last name relevant? Okay, what's your last name? When you find her descendants, what exactly are you expecting them to do? She asked, avoiding the question she prompted me to ask. We have to somehow undo the curse. We know that the only one who can undo such a thing is the one who shares the same bloodline as Alex. I mean, Sybil. She is misunderstood, angry, hurt, and just wants to be loved. She has killed many innocent people, Ezra responded angrily. Because she was cursed. Had she been in her right mind, she would never have done that. How would you know that? Because she is a woman. As a woman myself, I can relate to her pain. Are you saying that you would curse someone and then kill them all because they didn't want you? Maybe. I hadn't been torn apart, humiliated, and treated like she was by terrible people. Therefore, I couldn't tell you if I would do the same. But if I was hurt enough, then it's probable. Novalee. Can I call you Novalee? It is my name. What else would you call me? Right. Anyway, exactly how are your feelings relevant to what we need to do to stop her? Just figured we would get everything all out in the open, considering you are challenging a deep-rooted curse. You have to understand, with her being out in the world, it is dangerous for everyone. Not if she doesn't have her weapon. She has sight, she will find her weapon. The urge, as you called it, would be all that she would think about. Keep the weapon unreachable. As long as she can't see it, she can't find it. Unless she is near, then she will follow her urge. Which is exactly why we must destroy the weapon. Fine. Say that I helped you figure it all out. What would be in it for me? You get to keep your life, Ezra said flatly. Oh, it's not my life I'm concerned about. I have a place where she can't find me, not that she will search for me. Do you have no care for other people's lives then? Ezra asked, his tone still coming out angrily. Not really. I'm not a queen. I have no reason to care. What about your family? Do you not care that their lives could be in danger? They're smart. Do you have children then, he asked, trying to find any sense that she cared. Sadness washed over her, but only for a moment before she pulled herself back together. No. She is lying. That was a trigger question. Play on that weakness. I quickly mind-linked Ezra. Well, if you did, you'd understand the need to protect them, to want them to live long and happy lives. Not everyone lives long and happy lives. Some live short, miserable lives. You're right. Not everyone is granted a long life. But what if altering this one curse allows them just that? That curse is and will always be the worst one. She didn't just sacrifice those 4 humans to get what she wanted. She also sacrificed her own flesh and blood. It was the only way to seal the curse. Her own family. Her sister, who had children of her own that she didn't get to love and raise. Are you saying that her sister was the first soul sucked into that stone? Yes. Then it was Celeste. But, for whatever unknown reason, she didn't go into the stone, but Josiah did. Is that the name of Sybil's lover and the name of his love? I asked, jumping back into the conversation. I could never figure out why Celeste didn't get sucked into that stone of hell. What made her better than the others? I don't know. Me either. But that isn't even the worst part of the curse. What could possibly be worse than all of that? Every firstborn of Sybil's bloodline mysteriously gets sick. No magic, no medicine, nothing can help. Then they die, all before the age of 1. How do you know all of this? I asked her questionably. That information is in none of the scrolls or stories, Ezra then said. Why would it be? You'd think that it was a major part of the curse. Maybe the firstborn of one of her descendants is the one who can break the curse, I suggested. You think nobody thought of that? I'm sure they had. But did they have someone helping them who had abilities given to them by the first werewolf to die by that sword? I asked. There is no such thing. I then dove into her mind with my magic and showed her a memory of my son on Christmas, how his face lit up with happiness. You may not have a child yet, but I do. How'd you do that? You're only a wolf, she asked in a surprised tone. I'm a special wolf, one that was placed on this earth for a purpose. I think that purpose was to stop Sybil from destroying other lives. I thought I had a different purpose, and maybe I have more than one, but I know in my heart that my purpose is to stop her from ruining more lives, which now includes her family. You think that you can break the curse? With the help of her descendant and a little blood of the next firstborn. I do, yes. Then I am in, she said as she looked down at her stomach, then back up at me. I thought that you didn't want to help. Hell, I thought you could understand why she did what she did, Ezra said. Doesn't mean I thought it was right. And how can you help us? Because I'm the one you had to convince to do it. Are you saying that you're the descendant we are searching for? Let's start over. My name is Novelly Harkness, the descendant of Sybil Harkness, and I am pregnant with my firstborn child. So tell me what we need to do to stop this curse for good? Tegan's POV. It appeared the odds were starting to turn in our favour. Maybe things were finally starting to look up for us. With all the negatives piling against us, I was sure we would fail, which also made me a little weary. Up until now, nothing has worked in our favour. So for one of her descendants to fall into our laps after all the blows we've received here lately was a miracle. If what you tell me is true, then she is already awake. But to break free from her mummification, she would have to see both her sword and gem together. Then we should be good, because, as far as we can tell, they are nowhere near each other, Ezra quickly responded. But they are at the same time, I said next. It's either they are or they aren't, she responded while looking between the two of us. We know where the sword is. However, when it comes to the gem, we think that it's nearby, only hidden in a dark compartment. But you aren't sure? Not precisely, I replied while biting my lip. Well, that's at least a good thing. But it can also be a bad thing. If you cannot locate it, then that means hopefully she also can't. Until she locates them, she is stuck in a mummified state. So we have nothing to be afraid of. In other words, Ezra asked her. Incorrect. We need to find the gem's location as soon as possible. If someone has it that is nearby, and it's only being kept in a normal dark container, we are screwed. She had a point. We were just assuming that if Lucy couldn't locate it, then neither could Sybil. But if she was the originating master, then she has far more of a connection to it than anyone else, which would mean that she may be able to locate it without setting her eyes physically on it. In other words, she may have already located it, Ezra responded while I was lost in my thoughts. It's probable. But without the sword and the gem being in the same room together, she is unlikely to rise from her mummification, which buys us some time for now. So what is the plan? She asked, looking between us. When you say unlikely, that means that I am not certain. She hadn't been awake in centuries. The stories over the years have changed, but one thing remains consistent. She is mummified when the pieces of her curse are broken apart, but when they are together, she once again resumes her huntress life. Nobody alive has lived when she was awake to be able to tell the truth. So we are basically shooting shots in the dark. Pretty much. So I ask again, what's the plan? I hated to break the news that the only plan we had come up with on such short notice was to get Sybil's descendant and perform some spells. In other words, there is no plan? She asked, looking between us. Did you just read my mind? I don't like being kept in the dark, so yes, I did. Do either of you even have any idea what kind of spells you are planning to cast? A friend of mine has been doing research and we found a few we wanted to try. But none that you are certain of. If there was a known spell to break such a curse, you would have already done it. I'm sure that you have been looking for a way around it much longer than we have. All I know is that I will be needed, as will the descendant, but after hearing your story, it's safe to say not just any descendant will do, but only a firstborn. It made me sad to think about her life. What she said about the ripple effect of the curse meant that she and her family had endured so much trauma. They have lost so much at a very young age. It also meant that she would lose her child if we didn't figure out how to undo such a deep-rooted curse. How do you use a child who is not born yet? Ezra asked, breaking the short silence. Me, Novaly answered his question with certainty before speaking again. I currently carry the same blood while he is in my womb, since it circulates between the two of us. Therefore, if you use my blood, it should contain his DNA, giving us his blood. I couldn't imagine having a child growing inside of me and knowing it would die shortly after birth, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. With Elias, at least I knew I could save him, but this child, we were hoping that we could find something, anything, that would lead us in the direction that we needed. Looks like we have the key ingredients. Now we just need to find the correct spell. Stop thinking about that. We can't do that, Novaly said to Ezra, making me look over. It's true, and you know it, he said with finality. There has to be another way. What has to be another way? I asked, not sure of what was going on. He wants to unite the sword with its gem. It's the only way we can destroy it anyway. When we figure out how to break it, but not before. If we unite it before we are ready, she will most certainly come. She is coming regarding. But what if the answers are only given when it's united? Ezra suggested. It won't. How would you know? You weren't alive when it was united last. Because when she was awake last, she almost took out an entire species. We can't let that happen again. I understand that more than anyone, Novaly, but nobody has managed to figure it out while it was broken apart. Therefore, the next logical thing is to put it together. Maybe leaving it apart is why nobody has found the answers to the curse. Then she will come. But she is powerless without her sword. No, she isn't. She is still a witch. One who has been out of practice for a very long time. Ezra and Novaly continued to banter back and forth when a slight movement toward the side of the cafe caught my attention. Suddenly, I was overcome with emotions that were not my own, as if I was connecting on a deeper level with this mysterious person hidden in the dark. Their eyes bore into my own, making me realize that we were being watched. Guys, I whispered as they continued to argue about who was right and who was wrong. Guys, I screamed in both of their minds while looking over at them, making them instantly shut up. What? Novaly asked quietly. We are being watched, I said, while looking back over to where the person was. But they were gone. The cafe was full of humans, but there were also others among us. You're being paranoid, she then stated while looking in the direction that I was staring. Maybe I was, but something told me that wasn't the case. I saw them. They were glued to the shadows. Then, when I turned my head, they were gone. It was probably just someone picking up their order, maybe a vamp trying to stay out of the sunlight. It could have been, but if that were the case, why do I feel like I do? And how exactly do you feel? Novaly asked curiously. Like someone was watching us. That's a bit vague. Care to elaborate? It's hard to explain, but I'll try. I had a burning sensation in my chest, pain that wouldn't ease. I felt anger and distaste. I wanted revenge and wanted them to pay. Who? Everyone, I said flatly. Let me guess, you're an empath too? This has only happened to me one other time. I could feel their emotions as strongly as I could feel mine. Maybe it was them then? No, that wasn't him. It was someone entirely different. Someone that wants to see the world crash and burn around them. I could feel how hurt and angry they were. It was as if I was consumed with their emotions for a moment. Those mixed feelings can be deadly. Then who was it? That was the question, though. Who was it, and what did they want? Tegan's POV. I had this sudden urge to follow the person who was just there, but why? Why was I feeling so strongly about this particular person? Did it have something to do with our situation, or something entirely different? I'll be back, I said, as I rose from my seat. Wait, Novalee hollered out as Ezra jumped up. Does she always act on instinct without using her head? I heard her ask Ezra, who only huffed a laugh out in response. Tegan, hold on. What if it's Sybil? You need to be more careful. Something inside of me told me that it wasn't her. But I wasn't sure why I felt this way. I hadn't had this strong of a connection to anyone since Iblis pushed his way into my mind. Was this person as powerful as Iblis to push her way into my head? What did this person want? She has a point, T. We have a family to think about here. We can't just act on instinct anymore. Not when Alex is awake. Sybil, Novalee corrected. Whatever her name is, that part is least relevant to the issue at hand. I could hear what they were saying, but there was something inside of me that was pulling me in the direction of seeking this person out. Did I need what they had to offer? Were they here for the same purpose that we were? Tegan, are you even listening to us? Ezra asked in a more dominant voice. Yeah, safety. Got it. No, T, you haven't got it. Come back inside. He and I both knew that wasn't going to happen. For a king, you sure have no say in shit, huh? She has equal authority. I can't command my mate to do what I can command others to. It doesn't work that way. Right, the whole equality among mates. Got it. Novalee replied to Ezra sarcastically. In the mix of their back and forth, I began to hear a soft voice. Shh, do you hear that? I said to them, while continuing to move forward. Has she gone mad? Novalee then asked Ezra. Hear what, Red? I closed my eyes as the words grew louder in my head. The darkened sky only brings sad days. The loneliness of missing you keeps me in a haze. I close my eyes and drift to sleep, but suddenly awake in a weep. Between my hands, your face only grew colder, reminding me you aren't there to grow older. Oh, how I wish I could change the tables, but for now, I will push on if I'm able. I will one day seek revenge, but always remember that my love for you will never, ever end. I will be with you in the sky one day, but only after I make them pay. It was a poem, a beautiful yet depressing one. It made me want to cry. So much pain was in each word that it crushed my soul. They are hurting, and it's grief beyond anything I've ever felt, I said as I clutched my chest. I feel it all, the pain, the loss, the anger. Maybe you shouldn't interact with this person. They sound bad for your mental stability, and we need you on your A game if we are going to take down Sybil and her curse for good, Novalee suggested. But there was no turning back. This person reached out to me for a reason. What that reason was, I have no idea. But they needed my help, and if I was able to, I would do it. You shouldn't have followed me. A deep feminine voice echoed down the alleyway. Why did you share your emotions with me? What do you need? I didn't share my emotions with anyone. I only needed what you already provided. What was that poem? I then asked, but they didn't respond, so I spoke again. Listen, I want to help you, but I can't if you won't let me. I don't know what you mean by a poem. I didn't share my emotions or a poem with you. Then why did I feel and hear them so loudly? Good question. Maybe you're clinically insane. All I know is that I could never get the revenge I deserved. Until now. Now I have all that I need. So thanks for that. What revenge are you seeking? I asked, avoiding the insult she threw at me. A life for a life, the voice answered. Whose life, meh? I asked before speaking again. Hello? Are you there? Whose life? I tried yelling my questions in the dark alleyway, but the silence told me that she wasn't going to respond. She was long gone. Hell, maybe she wants to kill Sybil too, Novelli suggested. I don't understand. She says she didn't share her emotions, nor did she share the poem. If that were true, then why was that all I could feel and hear? Maybe you misread her. No, it was coming from her. The poem was on repeat in her head. I don't understand why she would deny it. I also don't understand why she wouldn't come to talk to me. Some people like to work alone, Novelli replied with a shrug. But if she wants what we also want, then why couldn't we work together to accomplish just that? From what you're describing, it sounds personal. It's starting to get chilly out here. Let's at least get back inside. Plus, this alleyway is starting to give me the creeps. I turned to look back down the dark alleyway, but, as expected, not a single shadow was on the wall. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. I was still so confused. I had her overwhelming feelings raging inside of me, yet I had no clue who she was or what she looked like. Why would she share her feelings unintentionally? Help her. I suddenly heard a faint voice in my head. I quickly turned in circles, trying to figure out who was talking to me. It'll destroy her. Help her, please. The same voice begged. I stopped in my tracks, turning back around, but nobody was there. Are you coming? Ezra hollered over his shoulder. What the hell was that? I shook my head to try and gather my bearings on this reality as I followed them back inside. I'm going to go to the restroom really quickly, I said as we walked inside. Are you okay? Ezra mind-linked me. Yeah, I just need a moment. I'm going to splash some water on my face. I'll be right back, okay? I responded as he kissed my forehead and nodded, letting me know he understood. I rushed to the bathroom. Once inside, I locked the door so I could have a moment to myself. Get it together, I whispered out loud as I looked at myself in the mirror. I took a deep breath before turning the faucet on and splashing my face with the cold water. When I opened my eyes, the reflection looking back sent chills down my spine. Her eyes were bloodshot, blood was seeping out of her eye sockets as if she were crying red. Her body was ghostly white. Life was no longer there. Along her neckline, there were scratches, as if she were clawing at her own skin. Help her. Her words were making me drowsy. How do I help her? I asked while starting to feel dizzy. Don't let her do what she did to me. The more she talked, the more blurry everything around me became. What happened to her? Help her. Help her was the last thing she screamed before a banging at the door made her disappear. That was when my body hit the floor. My brain, however, could only think of one thing as the room turned black. How do I help her? Ezra's POV. I sat down at the table while Tegan went to the restroom. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to help her if I had no idea what she was experiencing. She only ever had a psychic connection to Iblis, so for her to now have a new one worried me. As I sat down, I could hear Novelli continuing to talk. We had such opposite ideas that it made it hard to have an actual conversation with the girl. She wanted us to do everything her way. And although she has more information on Sybil than we did, that didn't make everything she wanted to do right or smart. Does she get distracted like this often? That was an understatement. Ever since meeting Tegan, she had always been a distraction, but it was more or less me being distracted by her. Sometimes I wish we could go back and live in that peaceful bliss, the bliss of a memory without awareness of all the dangers lurking in the dark. But had we remained in the dark, unspeakable actions would have happened, but that doesn't mean that I don't miss life before the chase sometimes. We thrive in chaos, King said in my head, making me huff out loud in response. So are we not going to talk until she returns? Novalee asked as she took a sip of her drink. Hell, that sounded like a good idea to me. Look, Tegan is the rational person here. I am more of a direct person. You and I have different views and both stand firm on those views. So, how about waiting for Tegan to return so she can rationalize with us both and come to a common ground? Are you saying that we can't be civil and have an adult conversation then? I mean, I don't see why we couldn't have a civil conversation until Tegan returned, I guess. Listen, this baby was not planned. I never wanted to be a mother because of the curse. I knew that I could never change what it would do. I didn't want the heartbreak that losing a child would give me, so I chose not to be a mother. I had cast a spell upon myself so that I could never bear children. I was even on human contraceptives, just in case. But apparently, the only way to never bear children is to remain a virgin or remain abstinent forever. So with that being said, everything has now changed. I have no choice but to be a mother. Therefore, I have to save it. I am the only person willing to try. I understand, I replied, with more understanding of the situation. She bit the corner of her lip before continuing to speak. When the father found out about the kid, he ran off. And I mean that literally, not figuratively. I told him I was pregnant to his face, and he went ghostly pale, turned around and ran to his truck. After he peeled out of there, I hadn't seen or heard from him since. So, I am all alone protecting this child, and I have nothing to lose. So I'm here, seeking your help, while you both were also seeking mine. I'm sorry, I replied, feeling a bit bad for being a jackass. I also didn't know what else to say. Her story sounded depressing as hell. Like I said, shit happens. I only told you because I need you to realize that I wasn't playing around with those stories. We have to be smart. Sorry, I doubted you, I replied honestly. I understand why you would. You didn't know the real story. You only knew half of the truth. That's why we were seeking answers, so we could know the full truth. Exactly. You also probably thought that if I was Sybil's descendant, then I might be deceitful. I get that. That's an understatement. Although everyone is a bit deceitful, she still has a point. But my ancestor was evil, the most vile black magic witch. She only thought about herself, never what her actions would do to others around her or after her, which made her even more dangerous. But not only dangerous, but also very powerful. I mean, she created an everlasting curse. Who else have you met that has done that? If we make one wrong move, she wins. She had a point. Even Iblis himself had never created a curse. He couldn't even figure out how to break one. So if Sybil created a curse that would never end unless broken, she really must be a powerful witch. I nodded in agreement, so she started speaking again. Okay, so from here on out, try to be more open-minded and consider that I am not just spouting out ideas. I have known this curse my entire life. It is my curse to bear. I have watched many women in my family suffer. Some commit suicide from depression, while others spend their entire life looking for a way to break it. This isn't a story for me. It's my life. I nodded again in agreement when I felt a sudden drowsiness wash over me. I could hear all the words that Novalee was saying while feeling as if I were going to faint. I know there is a loophole to the spell. There always is. Maybe I am the one destined to break it. Maybe not. But I won't sit by and do nothing. So when I say I am all in, I mean it. I am all in, she continued saying. Oh. I tried to speak, but my words were slurred. What the fuck is going on with me? Did she put something in my drink? Was she lying to gain my trust so that she could kill me? Are you okay? You look sick, she then asked with a confused face. If she didn't poison me, then... It's mate. Go check on our mate, King screamed. Tegan! I screamed out as my hands slammed down on the table to help me get up from my seat. The loud bang made Novalee jump. She had a surprised, yet even more confused look on her face, but she stood to follow anyhow. The dizziness immediately faded once I realized it was Tegan's feelings and not mine. She must have opened our direct link without realizing it. It was either that or she needed my help. I ran to the bathroom and knocked at first. "T, are you okay?" I asked, while trying not to feel panicked. I could hear her mumbling, but I couldn't make out her words. Even with my advanced wolf hearing, her words were still muffled by the sounds of water. "Tegan, can you hear me?" I yelled as I wiggled the doorknob, but it was locked. When she didn't answer me, I took a few steps back in order to use the momentum in my favour. "Are you seriously going to break down the door?" Novaly asked in a tone that made that idea sound crazy. "Damn right I am," was all that I could think to myself as I ran at the door, colliding with it. It broke to pieces, allowing me to push through. When there was an opening, I could finally see inside. Tegan was on the ground and water was beginning to overflow from the sink. "What the heck happened in there?" Novaly asked as I scooped Tegan in my arms. "I bet it was something to do with that connection she had. She was acting off, but this right here is new," I answered honestly as I walked out of the bathroom to leave. "Wait, where are you going?" she asked as I made my way out of the diner. "Back to the kingdom. Tegan needs to be seen." "Am I supposed to follow?" "Sure, whatever, I don't care," I replied to her while buckling up my unconscious mate. At this point, the plans to end Zibble were on the back burner. I jumped in the driver's side, started up the car, and immediately put it in D for drive. I quickly pulled out of the diner and was speeding down the road, trying to get back as fast as possible. I looked over to see Tegan's red hair covering the side of her beautiful face. What the hell was going on with her? Tegan's POV. My eyes fluttered open, and all I could see was trees whipping by quickly. Was I in the car? How did I get here? "What's happening?" I asked as I rubbed my eyes, and I looked over at Ezra. "Oh, thank the good goddess, you're awake. How are you feeling?" he asked, as he looked back and forth between me and the road. I could sense panic in his voice. Why would he be panicked? "Tegan, are you okay?" He asked me when I didn't respond due to being lost in my thoughts. "Sorry, yeah, I feel perfectly fine, aside from my head hurting a bit." "It's probably when you hit the ground." "What happened?" I asked in a questionable tone. "I was going to ask you the same thing. Do you remember anything?" I sat and thought about his question for a moment. Did I remember anything? I remember the alleyway, then feeling weird, then someone talking to me. I also remember going to the bathroom once we were back inside, but I was drawing a blank after that. What happened in the bathroom to make me faint? "Where is Novaly?" I asked, changing the topic while rubbing a goose egg on the back of my skull. Following behind us, I rushed out of the diner to get you home. "Why? Why?" Because you weren't responding to me when I was banging on the bathroom door. Then I found you unconscious on the floor. I went into a frantic panic to get you back to the pack house to be seen by the medical staff. I feel fine. I don't need to be seen. Maybe right now you feel fine, but you fainted for no reason, and to me, that's not fine. I'm sure there is a reasonable explanation for that. Yeah, one the medical staff can find. Unless they couldn't. Some stuff can't be explained by medicine. Like my mother's condition, it was magical, and the staff couldn't figure out how to heal her. So, if something also happened to me that was magical, then medicine wouldn't help us. But if something magical happened, wouldn't I remember it? "Help her," I heard a faint voice say. "Did you say something?" I asked, looking over at Ezra. "Yeah, I said the medical staff would figure it out." "No, I thought you said, 'Help her.'" The voice said, again, this time interrupting me, making me stop talking for a moment. "There it was again," I said, as I began to look around the car. "There what was?" "The voice." "I think you may have hit your head a little harder than we thought," he said, while looking over at me. "Great. So I'm being considered certified crazy. Just what I needed to add to my personality." I rubbed my forehead in an attempt to calm my racing thoughts, but they didn't seem to come to an end. The territory was coming into view, and I was grateful to be returning home. I just want to cuddle up by a warm fire, hold my baby, and cherish every waking moment we have. There was so much going on that I feared what the future had in store, but for now, I will push the inevitable feeling of doom aside, immerse myself in baby cuddles, and enjoy being with my family in all my downtime. Fine, I will get checked out when we get back, just to make you feel better. However, I don't think I need medical attention, I finally responded. Well, good, because we need to be in tip-top shape for what's to come, he replied. But at the same time, another voice spoke as well. Help her. Okay, I know this isn't in my head. Someone is trying to talk to me. One of my many gifts is that I can see and speak to ghosts, so it's not too far-fetched. But if it were a ghost, why couldn't I see anyone? Who was I supposed to help? How was I supposed to help if they weren't showing themselves and were only saying 2 words? So, after a few moments of silence, I decided to brush the voice off. I pulled my passenger side mirror down to take a look at my face. Goddess, I looked like shit. My image reflected exactly how I felt. Awful. I tilted the mirror so that I could use it to look behind us to make sure that Novalee was still following. But to my surprise, I saw someone entirely different staring back at me. Son of a bitch! I screamed. As I quickly turned around to look at the ghostly figure of a female I saw staring at me in the mirror in the back seat. But when I turned around, she was no longer there. What? Ezra asked in a panicked voice. She was just there, I replied in disbelief. Who was? The girl. The sick, dead girl. I bet my face mirrored how I felt inside, spooked and surprised. Dead girl? Did you see a ghost? It happened so fast. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me, I suggested, trying to ease his mind. But I knew better. She was there, but what did she want? Clearly for you to help her, Gemma replied sarcastically. But who is the question? Does she want help for herself or for the alleyway girl? I asked, hoping she knew the answers that I didn't. Ask her, not me. I looked back in the mirror and there she was in the back seat, as if she had never left. I turned around once again to look, but she was no longer there again. However, when I turned back around and looked in the mirror once more, she was sitting in the same spot as if she had never left. I could only physically see her in a mirror. That's good to know. How can I help her? I asked out loud. Help who, Novalee? I'm not sure. We haven't figured that part out yet, but I'm sure once we all start brainstorming and doing extensive research, we will figure it out, Ezra replied, thinking I was speaking to him. What happened to you? I asked her, ignoring Ezra's response. Something bad happened to her. Something sinister and deadly. Murder, maybe? Nothing happened to me. Something happened to you, Ezra replied, still not realizing I wasn't speaking to him. Although I hadn't told him that I wasn't and he couldn't see what I could, he had no way of knowing that I was actually speaking to someone else in the car. Death. She will die. Help her. She responded with more words this time, but she didn't answer my question. Who will die? The girl in the alleyway? Why will she die? What are you talking about? Ezra asked, now confused. I looked away from the mirror to look at Ezra. We are not alone. Someone is here with us. She needs my help. Absolutely not. We aren't going on some savior adventure. We have our own problems to worry about at the moment. Tell her to come back at a later date. But what if our problems were the same? What if, theoretically speaking, the girl she wants me to save is after the same person that we were? The woman mentioned in the alleyway that she got all her answers from us talking. However, when we were talking, we had only spoken about Sybil, so what if she also wanted to hunt her down? Help her, the voice said once again, but more softly this time. I turned from looking at Ezra to stare back in the mirror, but when I looked in the reflection, she was gone. How was I supposed to help her friend if she wasn't helping me understand what it was I needed to help her with? Tegan's POV. Shortly after the ghostly figure of the unknown woman disappeared, we arrived back at the pack house. Novalee pulled into the parking lot like a bat out of hell. Who is this crazy person driving like they have no sense? A mind link from Uriah came through. Someone who we need to work alongside. I quickly mind-linked back. With all that was going on, I honestly hadn't had time to check how he or Lily were doing. I feel bad about his situation. His fated mate was so traumatized by her past that he couldn't even get near her, let alone speak to her. He said he wouldn't give up, but nobody would blame him if he did. I would never call someone a lost cause, but I can say their relationship most likely was. There was no coming back to normalcy after all she had endured while being a captive in Liam's pack. We stepped out of our car and Novelly parked hers. We have pups that live here, which means you need to be more cautious when pulling into my home. Ezra's irritated voice spoke to her as she exited her vehicle. Right, sorry about that. I was jamming to my music and sometimes when I'm driving, I zone out. Then my speed tends to match the tempo of whatever song I'm listening to. It's like they become one. No excuses for driving like an idiot. What song were you listening to? Uriah asked as he approached. The song doesn't matter. Don't let it happen again. Not this close to my pack's homes. No, yeah, what the alpha said, Uriah replied with a smile on his face. As we were walking toward the pack house, I could hear him talking in a lower tone to her. I'm Uriah. What's your name? He asked subtly. I could tell he had an interest in her, not that I blame him, she is a looker. But what took me by surprise was the fact that his mate was glaring down from her window, as if she sensed another woman in his presence and were jealous. But she couldn't be mad at either of them. She was the one who wouldn't speak to her mate, let alone make eye contact. Now that I was back home, I would need to go check in and ask how therapy was going. Maybe try to get her to talk a bit to see if she has been able to make progress in healing from her past. It had been almost a year since we were rescued and, as far as I could tell, even the therapist struggled to get her to talk. I hadn't made time for her lately. I still have so much on my plate. Especially with the possibility of dying still very much at the forefront of my mind. But I could take the time to at least check in with her. I know that Uriah had made zero progress in the time she had been here. Fear was evident in her eyes when he was near. He had shown her time and time again that he would never hurt her, but it appeared she had yet to let her guard down to see that he was telling the truth. So you're charming and handsome, yet you have no mate mark. How is that possible? I heard Novelly ask Uriah. I guess you could say I'm saving myself for her. A virgin? She asked, surprised. Oh, goddess, no. I just mean I don't have a mate mark because I don't want to settle for just anyone. I want the one destined for me. So he is loyal and honest as well. Add protective, and you're exactly what I wish to have in a spouse. Novelly responded as she locked arms with him, walking indoors. Who asked you? I heard a feminine yet aggressive voice ask. We all turned to see Lily standing at the end of the staircase. I guess nobody did, Novelly replied nonchalantly, not realizing or seeing the jealousy swirling in Lily's eyes. You're out of your room, Uriah replied, surprised. Lily's eyes looked down to where Novelly's arms were latched onto Uriah. His eyes followed hers and immediately realized exactly what she was staring at. He quickly slid his arm out of Novelly's grasp, dropping them to his side as they dangled awkwardly. I'm sorry, am I missing something here? Novelly asked in a confused manner. Novelly, this is Lily, my mate. Uriah replied without taking his eyes away from her. And here I thought I could weasel my way into your heart and steal a perfect man for myself. Her response made Lily growl aggressively, her eyes flashing while her wolf began to surface. It was a joke, down girl, Novelly then said. I only just met the man. He was just being polite. No sense in getting your panties in a bunch. She finished her statement with a laugh. Lily was now full-on growling possessively, making Uriah's eyes light up happily for the first time in a long time. Enough, Ezra's booming voice demanded, making Lily flinch and look down at the ground submissively. Damn easy, take it easy. She only just left her room for the first time since Tegan left. he said, looking over at Ezra. Well, she needs to learn to be civil if she wants to continue to be out. This is our guest, and she will be treated with respect. He then said with finality in his tone. I placed my arm on his. He had been on edge lately, everything irritating him. I knew just how to help ease those tensions, which gave me a new goal for the night. Let's get Novalee settled in and then eat dinner, yeah? I finally spoke. Fine. But Uriah, get your mate under control or I will, he said in a more demanding tone before he turned to Novalee. And you keep your hands off men. I don't need jealous wolves acting out because you don't know how to keep your hands to yourself. She was only being polite, Uriah said, trying to defend her, making his mate growl again. Lily, tone it down, seriously, I said, realizing how on edge my mate was. Go to your room and I will be there shortly. Okay? I said, trying to clear up the tension. Her eyes looked at Uriah and then at Novalee. Uriah, can you escort Lily to her room, please? I would love to, if she allows that. He responded before looking over at her. Her eyes looked at me before looking over to Novalee. She then nodded in agreement. When they were finally walking away, I addressed Novalee. I'm not sure if you have been around wolves much, but we are a very possessive bunch. Try being careful about how flirtatious you are. They don't take kindly to that behavior when it comes to their mates. He had no mark. I didn't know. If I knew, I would never have even flirted a little. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just be more careful. We may not be around the next time to step in. I can handle myself. She then responded confidently. I'd rather not have to pick sides. Just be on your best behavior while you're here. Okay? Roger Dodger. And show some damn respect to your king and queen, Ezra demanded angrily. Well, considering I am not a wolf, neither of you are my king or my queen. However, if you ask nicely, I will pretend that you both are. He growled in response to her sassy comment. Both of you cut it out. We have too much important shit going on to worry about you two fighting also, I then demanded, looking between them. Novalee had this alpha energy that surrounded her. I bet if she were a wolf, she would be considered an alpha. Fine. Only because I like you will I tolerate his arrogant behavior. Ezra, I will get her settled in. You go take a breather and I will be on our floor soon. Yeah? Talk some sense into her, he muttered as he walked away. So much tension, it was actually fun, Novalee said as she followed behind me. Oh, that has to stop if you want our help, I replied flatly. Right, play by your rules, got it. But something inside told me she was a pot stirrer who loved attention, both positive and negative. She most definitely didn't get it. However, I needed her help as much as she needed mine. After all we had endured the last few weeks, I also felt an immense amount of tension inside. Luckily for me, I knew the perfect way to ease both my and Ezra's tension. I was going to fuck him so good tonight that he wouldn't even remember what he was so angry about to begin with. Tegan's POV. Once I got Novalee settled, I decided I would make a quick pit stop by Lily's room. However, when I arrived, the door was slightly cracked. I could hear all that was being said from inside. You can't act like I am your property, then go back to ignoring me. I won't wait forever for you to decide if I'm worth your time. I know my worth, and it's more than this shit. If you had a second chance, mate, then maybe so do I. So if you won't accept me, just fucking reject me already. I can't take this anymore. My heart clenched in my chest at the words I was hearing. It made me sick to remember the pain I felt when I was rejected. So you're not going to say anything still? Fuck this, he said, followed by a banging sound. You have until the end of this week to figure it out. If you don't, I'll take the reins into my own hands and create my own fate. I never thought fate would be so cruel to me. Neither did I. Oh, so she does talk. It just takes me threatening to officially be done to get you to speak to me, huh? His angry voice asked. I felt like I was invading a private conversation, so I chose that tonight was not the best night to talk. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Awesome, back to ignoring me. What a shock, he then said as I turned to walk away. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I heard her scream as I walked down the hallway. They had a lot to discuss, and I would not be the one to eavesdrop on it. Maybe she'll tell me about it. Maybe she won't. But this was not a conversation that needed to be heard by others. That includes me. Have a wonderful night, Jace. Go on and get some sleep, I said, as I passed one of the housekeepers in the hallway of the main floor. Thank you. Have a good night, Luna Queen. I simply smiled at her response because that was exactly what I planned on doing. Once I finally made it to our floor, a sudden anticipation of need hit. As I turned the doorknob to our bedroom suite, butterflies erupted in my stomach. It amazed me that every touch, every kiss, and every look still made me hot and bothered. I pray that feeling never goes away. The way he makes me feel is the way that every relationship should be. It's a special feeling that can't be confused with any other. It doesn't even have to be a physical touch that sends me over the edge. Even simple things, such as when he wears his hat backwards, will send a wave of need all through my body. If I wasn't always caught up in everything else, I'd bang him every chance I got. But with complications in our life mixed in, it makes the saying, anywhere, anytime, harder to achieve. Although, I'd love to fuck him under the stars. To pretend as if outside our bliss wasn't breathing down our necks. However, most nights, the constant worry and planning wins the battle. But not tonight. Tonight was our night. I wouldn't pass up this moment of need. I was going to fuck him like we had nothing else to worry about in life. Luckily, our babysitter got Elias to sleep after dinner, which meant we had the night to ourselves. Upon entering, I could hear the shower running in the conjoined bathroom. I decided then and there what my next move was going to be. I quickly discarded all of my clothing items and opened the bathroom door. Steam filled the bedroom as it escaped from the bathroom. I slowly slid the shower door open, joining him. I ran my hands down his back, making him groan in content. Nice of you to finally join me. His voice came out in a lower octave, which sent chills down my naked body. I could feel his muscles relax beneath my palms while I rubbed the soap on his back. You mean to tell me that you knew I would join? Of course I did. Everything you were feeling, I felt too. A sudden, embarrassing feeling washed over me at his confession. That's when he turned around, his face looking down at me as the water slashed across his back and dripped down his body. I couldn't help my eyes as they followed each water droplet until it reached his groin. I must have been staring longer than I thought because his words took me out of my naughty mind. You like what you see, little red? He had a seductive way to his words, making me immediately look up to meet his flashing eyes, telling me that King also wanted to play. My teeth slid across my bottom lip as I slightly bit down while admiring the godlike man in front of me. Tell me what you want. His voice came out needy and demanding, but not in an alpha demanding kind of way, but still dominant nonetheless. I want you to show me how dirty I am, I said, as sexually as possible. A small smile spread across my lips when a low growl left his mouth. His body then collided with my own as he slammed me against the shower wall. His hand slowly trailed downward, making the dire need intensify as he wrapped an arm around my waist, slowly pushing my body up the wall. My legs involuntarily wrapped around his muscular torso, pulling his body flush up against my own. I could feel his dick right beneath my pussy as it throbbed in need. I bit my lip again at the thought of what he was going to do to me, which made him growl once more. You know what that does to me. Do it again, and I may not be able to control my next action, he whispered in my ear. The closeness of our bodies made my core ache with need. The water continued to shower down over our bodies as his lips crashed against mine. The feeling of needing him deep inside of me was present with every touch. He then started to slowly kiss alongside my neckline, hovering slightly over his mate mark, which also throbbed as both of our needs built. "I need you," I begged him like a whore in church. "Tell me more about what you need. What part of me do you need?" And he replied as he taunted my burning desires. "I need you to take me here and now, as rough as you possibly can," I admitted. I could feel his dick twitch with anticipation. "Then what?" He asked me seductively while moving my body up and down, making his dick move along the folds of my wet pussy, both soaking wet from the water pouring down on us, and from the wetness of my own juices that kept dripping out of me and down his body. "I smell your arousal, even with the water running. Tell me what else you want me to do to that perfect body of yours, Little Red," he said as he adjusted his dick slightly so that it was now hovering just inches below my pussy's entrance. "I want you to fuck me as if tomorrow was not promised," I replied hungrily. "How about this? Tonight I will worship your body like the goddess you are, pleasing you in ways I never have before. I am going to push you to the edge just to pull you right back, that is, until you can't take it anymore. I want your body trembling beneath mine as you beg for me to fuck you hard. I won't stop until your body is so pleased that it shows when you try to walk. I'll make it a night you'll never forget." Fuck, I needed him now. "Fuck me," I shamelessly begged. He quickly turned the shower water off and opened the door to get out, all while still holding me. He walked to the bedroom and threw my naked, wet body onto the bed. I bit my lip again as I watched him, watching me. My hand slid down on its own as it captured the nub of my clit. I then gently started to massage myself in a circular motion as needy moans escaped from my lips. "I want your body trembling underneath me," he said as he climbed on the bed. His tone and crooked smile sent another wave of need coursing through my body. Tonight I would lather in the bliss of just him and me, which happened to mean that we were going to not only fuck, but make love. Ezra's POV. I wanted her to be pleased, both physically and emotionally, but mostly I just needed her to know how much she meant to me. Worshipping her body was my way of doing just that. I wasn't big on romantic gestures. The beginning of our relationship proved that, which was something I had to work on. However, I could shower every inch of her body with love and affection, which was the perfect way I could express my love. She deserved the world, and since I couldn't do that, I would just rock hers. My lips traced the outline of her nipple. I could feel myself slowly losing control over my actions, like a fiend or like a bad habit. But this was nowhere close to being a bad habit. It was something so pure, magical, and wholesome. My hand took the place where hers was working. Tonight was going to be all about her. For that to happen, she needed to relax and enjoy herself. I desperately desired her to know that no matter what happens in the weeks to follow, we will always have one another. There was nobody else in this world that I would rather face death with than with her. "Oh, God," she screamed, followed by moans that managed to escape from between her lips. It was music to my ears. I knew better than to change the rate of my motions when she was this close to having an orgasm. However, I did say that I wanted her on the edge, but not to go over. So I chose to slow my pace from pumping vigorously in and out of her with my fingers to a slow, yet pleasing rate. She groaned out loud from the sexual frustration she was beginning to feel, making me grin internally at the knowledge of what I was doing to her body. My tongue did laps around one of her hardened nipples, while one of my free hands reached up to rub the other hardened nipple. All the while my right hand was busy multitasking. My thumb was circling her clit in a soft, gentle way, while my middle finger was pumping in and out slowly, making her body wiggle with pleasure. I was able to show every vital part of her body the affection it deserved. Her body was violently shaking as she hit her peak. That's when I stopped everything I was doing to take in the sight of her beautiful, wet body. I couldn't tell if she was still wet from the almost shower or if she was drenched in sweat, Either way, it made her body glisten and the sight was stunning. "No, no, no, don't stop. Please don't stop," she begged while batting her long eyelashes. "Tell me what you want," I asked in a low, dangerous tone, making her quiver underneath me. "You," she admitted breathlessly. "What about me do you want, little red?" I asked lowly, as I leaned into her chest, covering her body with mine. My dick was just inches away from making our bodies become one. "Come on, Mama. Tell me what you want. What is it that you want me to do to your body?" I asked in a whisper as I leaned into her ear, sending shivers down her body that time. "I want you to fuck me. Goddess, please, fuck me," she screamed in a high-pitched tone, making me smile. I was feeling a bit dangerous tonight. I wanted to dominate her body in more ways than one, if she let me. It wouldn't surprise me if she was to get knocked up before the night was over. She bit her lip the way I liked, and I knew I could no longer hold back. She didn't end up begging like I was planning, but that was okay though, because she would be screaming my name, which was better. "I told you biting your lips would make me take action," I said, as I glided my dick into a dripping wet pussy. I could feel her vagina muscles tighten and relax as her walls clenched around me hungrily. It was as if her pussy was begging me to stay inside. I pulled back slightly before slamming into her harder. I then slipped a hand downward. My fingers were now rubbing her clit in a slow motion, making her body shake uncontrollably. "Harder, Ezra, harder! I need it all!" she screamed before loudly moaning while her pussy tightly clenched around my cock. "Don't you dare come until your alpha says so." "Fuck! Oh, fuck, Ezra! I can't hold back!" she screamed as she fought against her body to not have an orgasm, as if trying to stop it were even possible. But she was giving it her best shot just to obey my demands. "Not yet, Red. Hold out longer for Daddy," I whispered as my slick cock throbbed deep inside of her. I don't know how much longer I can hold back." But I only continued to move my body in a steady, rocking motion, continuing to slide my cock in and out of her soaking wet pussy, all the while showing her keen clit exactly the attention that it needed. I can't take it anymore." "Okay, little Red, come for Daddy," I said, as seductively as I could. Suddenly, her body shook violently as the first orgasm rippled through her. Once she had her body back under control, I lifted her legs straight up in the air before turning them to the side, making her body do a 180-degree turn. Her ass was now on full display. Thank the high heavens for asses. I couldn't decide what I desired more, her titties or her ass. Either way, they both did unexplainable things to my body. She was now in one of my favorite positions, doggy style, and not because it fits the scenario. "Very funny, asshat." And King replied to my thoughts, making me giggle out loud. "Are you laughing at me? Is there something wrong with my ass?" Tegan asked in a semi-panicked tone. "Oh, heavens no. Your body is perfect in every way," I replied as I gave it a smack, which made it jiggle in response. "I felt that," she said while giggling. "What do you mean? Like you felt this?" I asked as I purposely used the muscles in my cock to twitch inside of her. That only made her laugh even more in response. With each laugh, it made the walls of her pussy clench and unclench around my hardened cock, making it throb even harder in response. "What about this? How does this feel, huh?" I asked as I moved my body in sync with the music playing lowly in the background from when I turned it on to shower. The song playing was perfect for the moment. The tempo not only was a nice tempo to pace myself with, but it also helped set the mood even more. I rhythmically swayed my hips to work in a circular motion, hitting all of her spots. One of her G-spots seemed to be deeper inside. Her loud moans echoing off the bare walls told me I was hitting exactly where I needed to. My rough hands grasped her hips as I moved us in sync with the music. Her back arched lower, which made her ass stand higher. A silent arpeggio danced within my body with the music, the performance helping to build the cadence inside of me. I knew I was nearing my orgasm. I thrashed my cock deeper inside of her as my orgasm finally hit. My body shook as I reached my climax. I couldn't imagine her not getting pregnant after that. It felt like the stream of cum was endless as I emptied my seed deep inside her core. "I needed that," she said as she pulled away, collapsing onto her stomach. She laid there for a moment face down on the bed before finally rolling over to face me. My hands were now on both sides of her head, firmly pressed into the bed while holding my stature up over her body. "There is more where that came from. Take a breather because I'll be ready for round 2 very soon," I responded, as equally breathless as her. Before the night was over, we would both be exhausted from the blissful pleasure we were going to receive from this all-nighter. Tomorrow could wait because tonight was ours. Tegan's POV. I awoke to loud voices that didn't seem to shut up. What the hell was going on, I thought to myself, as I pulled the blanket from covering my face. At the end of my bed was a fuming Lucy, and next to her was none other than Novelly herself. She seemed to thrive in chaos. "What the hell is going on?" I hollered while looking over at the alarm clock. "It was only 6 in the morning. What the hell was the meaning of this?" "This bitch dared to tell me I was pregnant," Lucy exclaimed in a not-so-thrilled tone. "I'm not the bitch in this scenario. I mean, come on, you're a wolf. Can you not hear the extra heartbeat?" Novelly asked with a sarcastic tone. "What are all of you doing standing in my bedroom? I haven't even gotten dressed," I said, choosing to ignore their immediate argument as I pulled the blanket up to cover my body. "She followed me all the way here, arguing that I am pregnant. I would know if that were true, Tegan." I sat there staring at them dumbfounded. Were they serious right now? It was 6 in the fucking morning. Could this not wait until later? "You haven't even been here 24 hours, and you've managed to piss off not 1, but 2 people," I stated while staring directly at Novelly. "3, Ezra whispered under his breath, making me let out a small giggle. "I can't help it if the females in your pack are all sensitive Sallys." "I'll show you a sensitive Sally," Lucy hollered while charging at Novelly aggressively. "Just not the face." "Lucy, stop!" Ezra demanded in his alpha tone, making Lucy stop in her tracks, anger swirling in her eyes. "Shouldn't you protect your stomach before protecting your face anyhow?" he then asked while looking at Novelly. "I'm noticeably pregnant. Only an evil person would hit an obvious pregnant stomach. Can you both get out so that I can get dressed, then we can solve this little banter?" "Nothing I haven't seen before," Lucy muttered, while Novelly shook her head in agreement. "Finally, something we agree on." She then said with a shrug, "Out, both of you, now," I demanded while pointing to the door. "And don't either of you even think about getting into a physical altercation." Ezra and I quickly got some clothes on, not wanting to leave them alone for too long. "How the hell are we going to get anything done if we have to continuously put out fires she keeps starting on?" he then asked as he turned to me. "She just has a very out-there personality, one that our wolves aren't used to being around. It'll be an adjustment, but I think once they all get introduced to our guest, they'll learn to deal with her and her blunt personality. Emphasis on blunt." I opened the door and each was leaning against opposite walls, still arguing. "Okay, let's get this squared away," I said as I entered the hallway. Ezra exited the room behind me, kissed my forehead, then walked down the hall, not wanting any part of a girl fight. "Finally, now tell her that she is quite literally a bitch. I swear if my alpha didn't demand me to stop, I'd fuck you up. Both of you, knock this childish shit off. Seriously, you are both grown-ass adults. I'm not pregnant, and she is calling me not only fat but also a bitch. You called me a bitch first. Plus, the term fits you better." "Cut it out, both of you," I yelled while looking between them. When they didn't say anything, I started talking again. Lucy, I truly am sorry to have to tell you like this, but I do believe that you are pregnant. At least, that's what was said at the scene of the battle. We won't know for sure until you go to see Sarah at the infirmary. Told you so. What are you even saying right now? How can you agree with her? I took a deep breath as I thought back on what was said at the battle. I wanted to have the right words so that she understood what was said. When Iblis had control over your mind, he was manipulating you, trying to make you kill your mate. He wanted you to become your alias, literally. I don't understand what you're saying. The name you chose to go by while working at the underground. Black Widow. Well, in real life, the Black Widow kills their mates after they are impregnated by them. I started explaining. So he wanted me to become my alias? That was what was said, yes? But how would he know? But I didn't? Damn, I didn't see that one coming. That's just vile. Novalee said under her breath, but neither of us replied to her. I can't answer that, Luke. But what I can do is hold your hand while they examine you. I always tried to be a good friend to her, but Lucy was so independent. I wasn't sure she would allow me to hold her hand while she was in a vulnerable state. If she had never gotten her memories back, I'm sure her former self would have held my hand for dear life. But Lucy was nothing like Imogen. Sometimes I missed Imogen. She was caring, brave, and even selfless. She was everything Lucy wasn't. I mean, you can come, but I'd prefer to go alone, I understand. Well, I'm here if you need me, I said, interrupting her. No, I'd prefer it if we waited until Frederick came too. If what you say is true, he deserves to be there just as much as I do. I just hope he doesn't hate me for trying to kill him. That was not what I was expecting to hear in the least. Maybe her hormones were bringing up parts of Imogen I desperately missed. Why are you looking at me like that? She then asked. I just missed this side of you. What side? The side that needs me like I need her, I admitted without any shame. I'll always need you, T. You hadn't in a very long time. Ew, sappiness. That's my cue to go, Novalee said as she pushed off the wall to leave. I had almost forgotten that she was even here. I was so caught up in the moment with Lucy that her presence slipped my mind. Actually, we need to introduce you to the pack. That way, shit like this doesn't keep happening, I said as I turned to her. Center of attention. My fave. Of course it is. You're so full of yourself. Lucy spat out hatefully. You don't even know me. I know enough to know that you're full of yourself. I think the word you're looking for is confident, Novalee replied as she flipped her hair from her shoulder to behind her back in a sassy way. My point exactly. Anyway, T, I'm going to go call Fred. I'll mind link you when he gets here so that you can come too, okay? I nodded my head before she retreated, leaving just Novalee and myself alone in the hallway. I took a deep breath before turning to face her again. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. I did nothing wrong. You called her a bitch, Novalee. Those are fighting words in any species. She is a female dog. She is the literal definition of a bitch. She is a wolf, not a dog, I hissed out as Gemma surfaced. Okay, a pregnant wolf, a descendant of a dog. Same shit. Maybe just don't talk to people. You clearly don't know what words are offensive and what aren't. Fine, don't be me while I'm here. Got it. She keeps saying that she's got it, but clearly she doesn't. This makes the second altercation in 24 hours. I will have to talk to my pack, because if I don't, we could have a dead pregnant witch on our hands before we ever figure out how to break the curse. I took another deep breath before addressing her once more. Follow me. The pack is gathering for breakfast. It'll be the best time to address them all at once, I then said as I walked past her. I wasn't sure what was worse, her smart mouth or her bluntness of honesty. Either way, I knew this was going to be a long journey. I just hoped she didn't cross the wrong person and get knocked down a couple of pegs. Or maybe that was exactly what she needed. Either way, I had a feeling that I would be diffusing a bunch of fires while she was staying in our territory, but I also knew that without her, we were all toast. So what else can we do? Tegan's POV. We made it to the dining hall in no time. Once we entered, laughter filled the air, a sound that brought my heart great joy. "So you have a son?" Novalee asked, while many eyes watched our every move. She wasn't kidding. She loved being the center of attention. She walked with her chest out and had an airy feeling that followed her. It was as if she were used to the attention she was currently receiving. "I do. He is right there," I replied, pointing at my happy boy sitting in his high chair next to his father at the head of the table. "Damn, Mama, you're going to have to fight bitches to stay off him. He is a cutie." "He takes after his daddy," I replied with pride. "But sorta with your eyes, at least one of them. It's truly a perfect combination if you ask me." It's a strange thing to witness a child's eye color change over time. When he was born, he had the greenest eyes, but slowly his right eye went from that bright green color to a bright blue color. I never expected to have a child with heterochromia eyes, but here we are. He is my special boy, with one blue eye and one green eye. Then add that black hair in, it makes his eyes pop brightly. I'm telling you, he is going to be a panty dropper," she then said with a laugh. "That's a weird thing to say." "It's just a saying. I'm not saying that they'll be mine, weirdo. It only means that he is going to grow up to be a gorgeous man, and the ladies are going to lose their minds over the sight of him. That's all." I hadn't even thought that far ahead, as to having to ward girls off of my boy. But with the position we were in, warding off girls was something I can now say that I looked forward to doing. I want nothing more than to have the opportunity to keep them away from him, because that means that we all made it out of this catastrophe alive. "And who might this beauty be?" I heard a masculine voice ask, taking me out of my thoughts. "The name is Novalee, and who might you be?" she asked gleefully while interrupting my introduction. "A badass motherfucker," he replied nonchalantly. "And I mean that literally," he then said as he eyed her up and down. "Okay, that's just gross. Novalee, meet my older brother, Tristan. Tristan, this is our guest who will be treated with the utmost respect." "I'll respect the fuck out of her in every way. Trust that." My hand went to my forehead as I rubbed it in annoyance. Goddess. I hope she doesn't fall for their manipulations and fuck all the men who show her attention. I'm not a slut. I'm no saint, but I am not a slut. "I didn't mean to offend. I'm sorry," Tristan quickly replied, not realizing she was responding to my thoughts, not to him. "Stay out of my head." I then responded to her through a telepathic link. "Excuse us, we have some official business to attend to," I said, as I walked past my flirtatious brother. "It's nice to meet you, Novalee. I hope to see you around more." "The pleasure is mine," she said before curtsying and continuing to follow me. "I didn't mean to offend you. I get it. A beautiful girl comes along and all the men show her attention, so people automatically assume she is a whore. Just because I like the attention I receive doesn't mean I'm going to fuck anyone who gives it to me." I was starting to feel guilty for placing judgment on her before it was due. I had judged her based on what I expected, and that wasn't fair. All she had done was flirt. Flirting wasn't harmful unless they took that flirting to another level, which in the short amount of time I'd known her, she hadn't. But then again, she had only met one man before now, and his mate stopped that flirtatious action before it progressed. However, I shouldn't judge her until she does something worth being judged for. "Thank you, that's all I ask." "Stay out of my damn head, Novalee." "Then stop letting me in, Tegan." We had finally made it to the end of the dining hall. Ezra stood up when we got to him and pulled the seat out for me. His gentlemanly ways always tended to melt my heart. "Ezra," Novalee greeted him before taking a seat next to me. A few gasps could be heard from some wolves sitting a few rows down from us. "Did that rando just address our Alpha King by his first name?" one asked while the other nodded in amazement. I guess we don't use names around this part of town, Novalee said, while loading her plate with the buffet-style breakfast spread that was already on the table waiting to be eaten. Easy. I think we should address those who are here. Anyone who isn't, I'm sure, will hear the news soon enough by word of mouth, I chose to say. Ezra then stood with a glass and a spoon. He gently tapped the glass with the spoon, gathering the attention of the wolves who had gathered to eat. As most of you have noticed by now, we have a visitor. She will be staying in our kingdom as a guest who is welcome here until further notice. I expect you all to treat her with respect and kindness. Violence is prohibited. Those who wish to disobey and act against her will have to face me for punishment. I promise if that is the case, then you will not like the outcome. Treat her like you would treat any other in our pack. She has already been given rules which I expect her to also follow while residing in our kingdom. You are welcome to your opinions on outsiders being here, but keep it to yourself, because she is here whether you agree or not. So, while she is here, I expect her to be treated like one of us. Do you all understand? His dominance sent a thrill of excitement jolting through me. I was still sore from our all-nighter, but damn would I love to take him back to our room and have my way with him all day too. But be careful. She likes to try and steal mates, Lily yelled out, making Ezra growl in response. Whispers became talking as the voices combined started to become chaotic. Several she-wolves began to panic at the idea of their mates being taken by a beautiful stranger. I do not steal mates. He wasn't marked, nor did he have the scent of a she-wolf. How was I supposed to know he was spoken for? Plus, nothing was going to happen. We were simply just talking. If you don't want others interested in your mate, then claim them before someone else does, she spat out in response. More people started talking. Some agreed with her, while others disagreed. I give her credit, though. She was very outspoken and gave no fucks about who it was too. Her courage was something most were too scared to have. Lily, I won't warn you again. Next time you're disrespectful to our guest, you will be punished. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Alpha. Sorry, Alpha. That goes for every one of you. Novalee knows her boundaries and the rules. She is expected to follow them just as it's expected from each one of you. Spread the word. I felt bad for Lily. She was only doing what he would do if the tables were reversed, but she was warned last night, and for her to speak out again was a sign of disrespect. She had better be glad she only got a warning and was not immediately disciplined. Suddenly, the doors opened to the dining hall, breaking the awkward silence. A pack member walked in happily, completely unaware of the tension. He had a bright smile plastered across his face, which meant that he was extremely excited about something. His hand was in his pocket as he made his way to a table. Completely unaware of the eyes watching him, Ezra took a deep breath inward as he watched him closely. Novalee stood up while also staring at the wolf, her face mirroring Ezra's perfectly. Terror was plastered on both of their faces, but why? It's here, she whispered, making chills run up my body. What was here? The gem. It's no longer being hidden. The gem is here. She spat out, making my heart skip a beat. If the gem was no longer hidden, did that mean what I thought it meant? Ezra's POV. 1 minute I was giving out demands, and the next I was seeing images of a young-looking female with a smirk on her face. I'm coming for you, she said in a low whisper. Finissez. A shift occurred, and suddenly I was no longer looking down at her, but it was as if I was now seeing through her eyes. She was on a road, her car doing a 180 turn as she flipped a bitch. The speedometer jumped from a steady 40 to nearly 100 miles per hour. She was coming for us. She knew our location. But where was she? I began to panic as I looked around frantically, trying to figure out her location. But luck was not on my side. There were no signs present. She sped through what looked like a small town while she drove down a dirt road. The words Fordwich were painted on an old building, giving the impression that it was the town's name. The town name had no meaning for me, though. Where was that, and how far was it from us? Ezra, Ezra, what's going on? I could hear Tegan ask me in the distance. I blinked my eyes rapidly as the road ahead of me slowly disappeared. The visual of my kingdom dining hall slowly came back into focus. Several eyes were staring at me, confused. "Baby, what just happened?" Tegan asked in a worried voice while her hand was holding tightly on my bicep here. "I'll tell you what happened. He is linked to her somehow." "You saw her, didn't you?" Novelly asked while looking between Tegan and me. "Where is Fordwich?" I then asked, ignoring her question, which felt more like a statement rather than a question. "How is he linked to her?" Tegan asked. I could tell by her tone that she was becoming more and more terrified. "Maybe it's part of the curse that we don't know about. Whoever combines the swords is linked to its master." "Linked, meaning that if she dies." "He dies, but I need to see the swords to confirm my theory." "Where is Fordwich?" I asked again in a more irritated tone. "If she is in Fordwich, then she has gone back to our roots, where she became what she is." "That doesn't answer my question. Where is Fordwich?" I needed to know how long we had before she arrived. We weren't even close to figuring out the curse. Hell, we hadn't even started to try to decipher the damn thing. Out of all the times that the Alexandrite could resurface, of course, it is the day after we brought Siebel's descendant to our kingdom. Fordwich is where our coven is originally from. It's a town located in the heart of England. Novelly finally answered as screams of happiness rang through my eardrums. My head quickly shot over to where the screams came from. The man who walked into the dining hall was bent down on one knee, a ring in the air held tightly in his hand, proposing to another wolf. The ring had a beautiful emerald green glow that seemed to glow even brighter the longer I stared at it. "Fuck, that has to be it. That has to be the Alexandrite," Novalee said as she let out a sigh. "We can't take it away from them." "We have no choice, Tegan. They will be the first ones targeted. Sybil won't stop until she has both the sword and the Alexandrite together." "She is right, T. We don't have a choice." I hated to agree with Novalee, but in this case, she was right. I saw it in Sybil's eyes. "Maybe we can switch it for a look-alike?" Tegan suggested in a hopeful tone. "That is going to be a one-of-a-kind gem. It's best if we are just honest with them. Maybe they'll take it okay?" Novalee responded with an equal amount of hope in her voice. "I doubt it. It's the ring he proposed with. I doubt anything else will have the same happy effect for them," I replied, making the girls both look over at me. "I'm sentimental. Just because I'm a man doesn't make me any less of a romantic," I said, before walking away to go over to the happy couple. The girl was beaming with joy, and I hated to do this, but there was no other way. "Congratulations," I said, while patting the male wolf whose name was Joseph on the back. "Thank you, Alpha." They both responded happily. "May I ask where you got that beauty of a ring?" "It's been in my family for as long as I can remember. My great-great-great-great-grandma's," he replied proudly. "Wonderful. It has even more meaning than I was hoping." His ancestor must have been the keeper of the gem, the keeper that I read about in the scrolls. I doubt she told her family before she passed about the significance of it. "That's amazing. Will you both meet me in my office?" "Sure, Alpha. I'll be right there," I said as I nodded to the door. They both walked out silently, hand in hand, not even realizing all that happiness they were feeling was about to be ripped away in just a moment. I hate to be the one to do it, but I wouldn't do it if it weren't absolutely necessary. I looked back over to Tegan and Novalee, nodding to the door. I could hear footsteps behind me as I made my way out of the dining hall. "What's going on, EZ?" Uriah asked as I made it to my office door. I hadn't even realized he was following me. Lily stood next to him like a shadow, daring not to look at me or speak. I felt bad for being so hard on her, but if I weren't, then none of the others would have taken my demand seriously. The Alexandrite has surfaced. I finally admitted out loud as I let out a sigh. Fuck, please tell me this is a joke. What's an Alexandrite? Lily asked, looking between us. I wish that it were, I replied to Uriah, ignoring her question, since she was about to find out anyhow. When we entered the office, the happy couple were sitting in the chair. The she-wolf, Mona, was in Joseph's lap, her hand extended outward, while both of them admired the ring on her finger. After I took a seat, Uriah and Lily did as well. Moments later, Tegan and Novelly walked. What is she doing here? She isn't an upper rank or a wolf, Lily whispered to Uriah. You aren't an upper-ranked wolf yet either, so sit there and play nice. Unlike you, Novelly is a vital piece to this mystery. I mind-linked to Lily, making her head snap up to me. I had a stern look on my face, so she understood this was no laughing matter. So why did you ask to see us, Alpha? Joseph asked, getting straight to the point. Maybe he's giving us a present for our happy day, Mona replied. Goddess, how wrong she was. Joseph, what exactly do you know about that ring, Mai? I asked, also getting right to the point. Other than it's a family heirloom, not much. I know that it is beautiful, like my girl here. I looked over to Novelly, who stood up in order to examine it more closely. May I? She asked, making Mona questionably look at her. Mona then looked over at me, to which I nodded, telling her yes. She raised her hand and Novelly took it into her own. She ran her finger across the gem. As she made contact with it, the grazing of her fingertip made the gem glow frantically. Then a sudden whirlpool of swirls began to turn in a circular motion rapidly. Whoa, what just happened? Mona asked. It's definitely the Alexandrite. I closed my eyes, accepting the fact that this was true. I knew in my heart it was, but the confirmation was like putting the final nail in the coffin. Joseph, what do you know about the legend of the huntress? Only bedtime stories. They aren't real. Oh, how wrong you are, Novelly said as she took a seat. I put the code in the safe before pulling out the sword. I knew that the Alexandrite couldn't resist the need to be with its other half, and I had a point to prove. Sibyl knew our location, so what harm could happen? Ezra, that's not a good idea, Novelly said as she quickly stood up. Before I could reply, Mona's eyes glazed over as she threw herself at the blade. The sword instantly impelled her. What just happened? Joseph screamed while pulling Mona into his arms. I looked over at Novelly, unsure of the answer myself. Her hand covered her mouth before her eyes met mine. What did I just do? Ezra's POV. I sat there like a dumbass trying to figure out what had just happened. Or better yet, how it happened. What did you do to my love? Joseph kept screaming out in pain. Why won't she wake up? Why won't she heal? His questions were coming in tenfold, and I did not have a single answer for him. Come with me, Joe. Let's take her to the infirmary. Allow the professionals to examine her. I could hear Tegan whisper as she placed her hand on the small of his back. I didn't have words to express how sorry I was. This was not supposed to happen. Had I known what would occur, I never would have taken the sword out of the safe. How was I supposed to know that she would throw herself at the blade, which in turn would stab her in the abdomen? I don't understand. I spoke in what I could only describe as a low whisper. It's not your fault. It was the ring's doing. I wished what my beta said was true, but I was the one who brought the sword out. I was the one who allowed the Alexandrite the chance to force itself toward the sword. He is right, you know, Novelly said in a monotone voice. That is not how Joseph will ever see it, I muttered angrily. It was true. I knew it was true. He would never forgive me, because if I were him, I would never forgive me. Why didn't I just tell them? Why on this goddess green earth would I think that it was a smart idea to show them instead? Something deep inside knew the answer, something dark, raging to be set free from its cage. What's going on in that mind of yours? Novelly asked me. But once again it felt more like a statement. Nothing. That's not just nothing, Ezra. I felt it. Stop talking, I screamed in a fit of rage. For just a moment, I felt bad for yelling at her and allowing my aura to seep out. But after that moment passed, I no longer cared. I felt this burning rage inside, one that was bloodthirsty. I didn't know where all this anger was coming from. I hadn't felt this much rage since my teenage years. It was a vengeance I couldn't place my finger on. Why was I, all of a sudden, so hell-bent on the destruction of the world? What was happening to me? I tightened my grip on the sword while the other hand involuntarily tightened as well. But instead of my fingernails digging into my palm, something sharp did instead. I have to go, I spat out hastily, darting out of the office from all those prying eyes, but not before hearing the next words that left Novelly's mouth. Something is wrong with him. I can't get in his head. When I tried something evil, something sinister, it pushed back. I upped my pace. I had to get out of here. I needed air. I could feel my chest constricting with each and every breath. My wolf desperately needed his freedom from within. I could feel my skin crawling as each second ticked on that I remained in my human form. I was losing control, something that never happened. He was overpowering every fiber inside of me. I couldn't hold him back any longer. I felt like if I tried, I would combust, which technically was what was about to happen when I completely gave in and let him out. I made it to the forest, my chest heaving with the intake of air. Once I was officially alone, I opened my hand. Sitting right in my palm was the ring. I was holding onto it so tightly that it left an imprint. When did I get this bloody thing? Had I taken it when Mona lunged forward? Did they know I had it? Did I do it unknowingly? Surely not. I had to know what I was doing, right? I shook my head as I tossed the sword carelessly to the ground. I felt every bone break and reshape, a pain I welcomed openly. It was something that over the years I'd gotten used to, but this shift felt different. Before I knew it, I was on all four paws, staring down at the emerald swirls of the ring. There was no way I was just leaving this thing here. So I picked it up with my mouth, but instead of using my teeth, or King's teeth I should say, to hold on to it, he swallowed it instead. What the hell? Why would you do that, Kingston? But instead of an answer, he only huffed out. He picked up the sword in his mouth and took off deep into the forest, completely ignoring me in the process. Ezra. My eyes began to flutter open to the sounds of my name being called upon. I was lying on the ground, completely nude. My body was covered in mud. It acted as a paste which allowed the leaves to stick to my body. I sniffed the air next. The smell of earth and something else were mixed together. It was a copper smell, almost an iron scent. Was that blood? I quickly examined my body, sighing in relief that it wasn't me. But if it were not my blood, then whose was it? It has been really rainy here lately, so it was no surprise that I was filthy and even possibly injured by fallen trees. But what did take me by surprise was that I didn't remember anything about the run. I remembered shifting. Then I remembered my idiot of a wolf swallowing the ring. But everything else was a blur. Ezra, where are you? Another voice yelled out, finally making me look at my surroundings. Alpha, can you hear us? Are you here? Wait, where the hell was I? This wasn't my land. At least I don't remember this part of the property if it were. It was so beautiful. If it were part of my territory, I would have known, because I would have for sure spent all of my free time here as a teen. The scenery had tightly coiled trees that wrapped around a beautiful waterfall that dipped into a clear blue lake. A part of me silently wished I were in a dream, because if it weren't a dream, then how was I going to explain to everyone that I didn't remember absolutely anything? Alpha! Another scream echoed around the trees. It came in every direction, making it impossible to pinpoint exactly where it had come from. I tried opening my mouth to reply, but nothing came out. Scary, huh? A voice so chilling asked. I jerked my head to the side where the woman I saw in my head stared back at me. Have you ever seen an animal that made you say, "Oh, it's so ugly that it's cute"? Well, that was how I would describe what I saw. She wasn't what I would call beautiful, but her ugliness had a weird way of making you think she was cute. Do you know who I am, little alpha wolf? Alex. I spat out the first name that popped in my head. That's a name for me, sure. But I think I like the huntress better, don't you? Sibyl. I then said, with a hint of annoyance in my voice. In turn, it earned me a head tilt with a surprised look plastered on her face. What do you want? I then asked, now more annoyed that she was still being silent. You know what I want. What did you do with my stuff? I knew she wanted her sword and gem, but what did she mean? I didn't do anything with them. Well, technically, I swallowed the gem, but she'd know that with her foresight. Where did your fucking wolf take my stuff? Her voice was now full of anger. I thought back to the moment I let Kingston take over. Shifted, swallowed, snatched, sprinted, silence. Nothing else came to mind. I couldn't remember where I had gone, what I'd done, or where the items she wanted were at anymore. If you want your family to see you again, you had better get to talking. Her voice came out ice cold, not a trace of human emotion left aside from anger. I took my eyes off of her to look around once again, still unsure of how I got here. A chill ran down my spine while thinking about my lost time. How much had passed since finding the Alexandrite, and what did I do during that time frame? Tegan's POV. When Ezra went missing, everyone was freaking out, especially with the knowledge that he possessed not only the sword, but apparently the Alexandrite too. I wasn't sure what possessed him to think that he should do this alone. Nobody needed to be that heroic. It had been weeks, and he still hadn't reached out. Not a day went by that I didn't attempt everything in my goddess-given power to locate him. But with each failure, I could feel myself sinking more and more into a depressive state. All I felt in his absence was an emptiness in my chest, a spot that was normally full of joy, especially in his presence. Not only were we all on edge about not being able to locate Ezra, but that idea of the possibility of Sibyl appearing at any moment made that edge even more slick, especially now that she has located her items. But she never came. Where was she? Better yet, where was he? Was he on the run, with her chasing him? Had she already found him and killed him? No, mate's alive. I feel his beating heart. Gemma reminded me for the millionth time. Her words brought no comfort because, even if she said she felt him, I didn't. The longer he was away, the more it felt like my physical body was becoming weaker. Was this also happening to him? Was he out there, somewhere so weak that he couldn't go on? Tegan, we need to go collect the item from them, Novaly said, making me realize I was still sitting in front of the mirror, completely zoned out. Being in this state made me vulnerable to an attack, but I couldn't help drifting back off to my thoughts in the absence of others. I got so caught up in my head that I was beginning to confuse reality with my mind's overactive imagination. Where is Elias? I asked, looking over at his empty crib. With Lucy. She kept him last night so that you could get some sleep for today's mission. Remember? I did, but I guess I had also forgotten. The rogues won't wait any longer, Tegan. It's now or never. She was right, of course, but that didn't stop me from still dragging my feet. It was like my mind couldn't catch up with the importance of this mission. In all of our bad luck with locating Ezra, we did manage to locate a group of rogue wolves that knew a friend who was a thief and had stumbled on an artifact we wanted our hands on. So I guess all of our luck wasn't bad. I just prayed that the artifact was real and the rogues weren't bluffing. I groaned before standing to my feet. Let's go. I wasn't sure about this. I had this gut feeling that it was a trap. Novaly insisted these men were telling the truth. She swore that she was in their minds, and she had no doubt. But something felt off. However, that isn't saying much, considering everything by definition felt off with me recently. We got in the car and were heading to a pin drop location. Like I said, it all felt sketchy. Novalee offered to drive, and considering the options, that was probably the safest one. I knew I couldn't continue to do this to myself. I couldn't stay locked away in my head all day. I had to be strong. So many people were relying on me, and that wasn't just figuratively. There was a real threat lurking in the world, and time was not on our side. "Did the GPS say turn right?" Novalee asked, once again taking me out of my racing mind. I pulled up the GPS on the car's radio. "Oh yeah, next right. But there are no roads here." I looked up, realizing we were in bumfuck Egypt. When did we make it this far? How long had I been lost in my thoughts? What do I do? I mean, they dropped the pin. So either there is an imaginary road we can't see, this was a ruse, or it's a trap. Why didn't I think of that? I looked over at her excited face as she put the car in park, jumping out of the vehicle. Which one was she referring to? Because I didn't like any of those options, especially the last one. I had been significantly weaker since Ezra disappeared 6 weeks ago. My body felt like it was fighting against me. I was barely able to keep anything down, let alone practice my battle tactics with magic. In those 6 long weeks since his disappearance, I hadn't bothered with my magic, unless it was to search for Ezra. I should have been practicing with it in other ways than locator spells, but I just didn't have the energy for it at the end of the day. Our days were spent looking into old artifacts, contacting covens across the globe, along with contacting any elders in wolf packs that agreed to help. Then, after a long day of researching and phone calls, Novalee and Lucy would call it a night. But I would stay up looking for Ezra, only to be met with the heartbreak of nothing. In the beginning weeks of Ezra's disappearance, we searched everywhere, tore those woods apart, but it was as if he vanished into thin air. I followed his scent up until a clearing of trees where it just disappeared without a trace. Many of the pack theorized a demon inhabited his body, and that was why he hadn't contacted us, and was able to just disappear. But something deep in my gut told me that it was much bigger than that. Shit, you were right. It's like a force field. There is definitely something behind this. Novalee hollered out as she placed her hand in the air. It stopped moving, as if it had hit against something, yet to me, it only looked like her hand was held up. I exited the car to go look at what she was talking about. She then began slapping the air, her hand coming to a stop in the same spot every time. "You think we can use our magic to break it down?" That may not be the best idea. We have no idea what's waiting for us on the other side, and the pit of my stomach felt like I was going to explode with all the what-ifs. But we came all this way, and I'd be damned if a little force field was going to stop me. "Do you even know the name of who we are meeting, Silvray?" I asked as I examined the invisible wall. A shimmery, translucent shadow swirled in the air, the magic flowing freely from it. It wasn't visible to the naked eye. However, if you got close enough, tilted your head just right, you could see it. The invisible magical force field, and it was there. What if it's keeping something inside and these bandits are using us to help it escape? Like I said, anything was possible, and my mind was thinking about every possible scenario already. "Is that a chance worth taking?" she then asked. "Maybe, but also maybe not. I mean, what's worse than releasing hell on earth? No offense. None taken. And I don't know. Maybe something or someone far worse than Sybil. There is always someone worse than the next. Always someone more evil lurking in the shadows." She had a point. So why would we willingly break the veil, especially since they knew we were coming? Something just didn't feel right. But curiosity was starting to get the best of me. What was behind this veil? Tegan's POV. I wanted to reach out and touch it, but what if my touch was what they needed? I know that was sort of far-fetched, but this unwavering feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. "What do you think we should do?" Novelly asked, her hand still outreached, touching the magical barrier. "Call the people we have to meet. Let's start there," I said while looking around our surroundings. We were on a dirt road that was dead smack in the middle of nowhere. Trees were tightly coiled on either side of the road. It honestly felt like a breath of fresh air if you asked me. The air seemed more breathable than it normally did back home. A piece of me felt at home, like I wasn't dying on the inside anymore. "Ezra?" I huffed out in disbelief. That was the only thing that made sense. He had to be here. "What did you say?" "I feel him all around me, in the air I breathe. I feel almost normal," I said as I approached the veil. "I need to take it down. What if he was on the other side? Wait, Tegan. Let's think rationally here. What if it's spelled to make you think what you want?" "Why would they do that? And how would they even have known?" "You know, like a spell that gathers what you desire the most and makes you think that it's there. Do you feel any different?" She sat there, pondering my question a little more, considering her options. "No." "Well then, it has to be him." But why, after all this time, would he be with the rogue wolves we happened to stumble across? Unless it wasn't a coincidence after all, and we didn't just happen to stumble across these rogues like we thought. "What if they work for her?" I asked, hoping it were true but also not true. "Her as in Sibyl?" "Precisely. What if this illusion is what's holding Ezra back? The reason why we can't find him?" "But also, what if it's holding something really bad in?" I let out a sigh while sitting firm on the ground. She was right. Of course, she was right. "What are we going to do?" I asked with tears brimming my eyes. I wanted to be right. I wanted with all my whole heart to believe that it was him, that I was sent here for a reason. Novelly plopped down next to me, looking at me with her big doe eyes. "Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" she asked innocently. "Like I've lost my mind in madness. You and I both know I would never look at you that way." I absent-mindedly rubbed my forehead, something that had become a new normal for me, as I thought about our next steps. "Did they answer?" "Nope, straight to voicemail. Something is definitely up." There was always something up when it came to dealing with the rogues. They were only in it for one thing: money, which was why, when they willingly offered assistance, it took me by surprise. I let out a breath I was holding before standing on my feet and dusting off my rear. "Well, we have two options here." I paused to gather my thoughts before speaking again. "Option 1, we break down the veil and take on whatever consequence there is behind it." "And option 2, she asked curiously. "We leave and don't turn back." "That doesn't sound like either of us," she said, letting out a sigh. "There is always option 3. "Which is?" "We stand out here yelling for Ezra and see if he responds." I doubt that would ever work, but that one at least didn't have a consequence attached to it. "Okay, so we should attempt option 3, and what if that doesn't work? Then what?" "Then we do option 1, because we aren't scared bitches that run away from anything. Plus, if whatever is hidden behind happens to be evil, then we will destroy it together. Because together, we can take on the world." Her confidence sparked fire inside of me that I had thought was long gone. It also excited me how self-assured she was, which worked in our favor because it influenced me even more. Operation Option 3, Action. "Ezra!" I screamed first, making a smile appear on Novelly's face. "Ezra, where are you?" I screamed again. But as if history was repeating itself, there was no response. I was starting to feel as if I would never find him. I know this trip wasn't supposed to be centered around locating Ezra. It was the artifact we were hunting down. But here I was, placing hope in yet another disappointing mission. It was more like overall operational fail. I was starting to give up hope once again until something I wasn't expecting to come out of Novelly's mouth did. "Alpha, can you hear us? Are you here?" She never called him Alpha. It must have been a tactic to make me feel better. "Alpha!" She screamed again, that time bringing a smile on my face. "Well, we gave it a good old college try," she said with a shrug of her shoulders. "I didn't get the chance to go to college." My voice came out like a whisper. It's not that I didn't want to go, I just hadn't exactly had the chance to. But to be honest, I truly didn't need it. I was the queen for crying out loud. I did, however, like the idea of normalcy that revolved around college. "Wait, did you hear that?" Novelly asked, making my head snap up. My senses were normally top tier, but I was so lost in my thoughts I hadn't heard what she did. And that says a lot, since I had werewolf hearing, and she didn't. "What was it?" I asked, looking around. It was like a wicked voice. A feminine voice I'd never heard before asked from behind us. "What the—" "Who are you?" Novelly blurted out, interrupting me. "You don't recognize your own blood?" "Sibyl." You could hear the fear in her voice from that one simple word. "In the flesh?" "Well, mostly. Nothing that a little mix of the right blood can't fix." "What's that mean?" I asked Navali. "All those rogue wolves didn't do it for me. That's too bad, really." "It means she bathes in the blood of her victims," Navali muttered. "That didn't take you long to figure out. You really must be related to me." I was taught what not to do to keep any of us from ever becoming. "Me?" Sybil asked, interrupting Novelly. A big smile painted on her face. "Okay, so let's get down to the business of why I really asked you for—" She paused before contouring to speak. "I want my sword. I want my gem." "We don't have it," I spat out angrily. "Clearly, Captain. Obvious." "However, he did," she replied as her fingers wiggled around, creating a foggy glow which illuminated in the palm of her hand like a globe. The picture became clearer the more she wiggled her fingers. "Ezra," I huffed out slowly. "Correct again, so here is the deal. You get me my belongings, and you can have your precious Ezra back." "Or I can kill you and get him anyway," I screamed as rage boiled my blood. The finger on her free hand reached up and touched her lips in a dramatic effect before she let out the sounds of tisks. "That's too bad. But before you try, let me give you a spoiler on what will happen. I'm immortal. I'll come back. Your little Ezra, on the other hand." She stopped talking as she put her finger next to her throat, making the cut-throat gesture. "You wouldn't dare." "You misunderstand. I wouldn't be the one killing him, as fun as that sounds." "They're still linked T." Novelly then spoke up. "Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. So back to what I was offering, if you don't mind." I bit down on my tongue, frustrated that she was right. "Finish," I demanded in a low tone. "Perfect. Thank you. As I was saying, find me my belongings that your precious mate hid somehow from my sight, and we will make a trade. Him for my stuff. You're negotiating with me. What makes you think I can't just take him back? He isn't behind the veil. That was just a distraction. He is in what you would call an alternate universe, one that only I can get inside," she said as the magical barrier came down with her hand movements. "And the link? Consider it broken. And alive. Fine, alive, and the link broken in trade for both the sword and the Alexandrite." Her terms were simple, but if he didn't want her to find it, why should I? Ezra's POV. The reality of this universe was depressing. It took me a while to figure out the meaning behind what Sybil had said to me. A world without you is a world of living hell. A world where life won't matter. A world I wouldn't care to dwell. It was a piece of a poem I found online by a creator named Mon Feur. I had once recited it for Tegan on a date as a woe. I wasn't even sure how Sybil knew that, but with each passing day, the words sank deeper and deeper into my heart. This is your curse to bear. Until I get my artifacts, you will be a figment of their imaginations. They won't see you, but you will see them. You will watch them as they live their lives without you. You'll always be there, but they'll never know. Her words replayed in my head every day. More so on the nights where Tegan would sit there crying, while my son watched her, confused and hurt himself. Seeing them break down their walls every night while looking at my photo. With me being there, but unable to comfort them, that shit crushed my soul. It was exactly what Sybil wanted. She wanted me to hurt so deeply that I would magically remember where her stuff was, thinking that I would break from the loneliness to retrieve it for her. And truth be told, it was in times like this where I wished I didn't hide them. But like she said, I was one person. Significant, but also insignificant. Tegan had the weight of the world on her shoulders, and choosing to locate Sybil's items was like the Queen putting a hit on her kingdom. I was not worth the havoc Sybil would leash on the earth if she chose my life over theirs. So it has been exactly 10 weeks since I took off. 10 weeks of me replaying every moment up until now in my head, and 10 torturous weeks of knowing I would die in this alternate universe, alone. I doubt the way I felt would get any better from here. The darkness reached deep in my soul, begging me to just do it, just end it. But I wouldn't give in to those demons. I wouldn't let her break me. I knew in my heart that one day my mate would find a way. Whether it be breaking the curse that linked Sybil to her sword or finding a way to free me from this awful place. I knew she'd figure it out. Even if it took her years, I would be in the shadows every step of the way, cheering her on. I won't lie, it wasn't all bad. I was able to witness my son's first steps. At least, there were the small, joyous moments. I wished Daddy was here to see how big you've gotten, Bug. I am here. I always will be, I thought to myself while I stroked her beautiful face, the absence of warmth under my palm. That was another downfall. I could touch anything, but I couldn't manipulate what was being touched in the real world. If I moved something, it would be back in its place before I could blink. So my hand on her face had no effects on her in the slightest, but it still brought a little peace to my heart, even if she couldn't feel me. Fuck. I missed the warmness of our skin-to-skin contact, or even the little electric waves that radiated anywhere our skin connected. Da-da, Elias giggled out. Your very first word, Tegan and I screamed in unison, only I wouldn't be heard. He was now 1.5. I was starting to become concerned that he had yet to say his first words, or that he hadn't walked until now. I mean, most kids say their first words at a very young age while also walking before the age of 1. Yet, he started both well after. But I knew he would do it on his own time. He had a traumatic birth. Maybe that affected him, I'm not sure. Dotted quotes, not that I thought he had any medical disabilities. I just figured he was a late bloomer. Dada. I know, Bug. I wished he was here too, she said, pulling him into a hug. My heart clenched in my chest while a moment of sadness passed over me. Dada. He would be so proud that you said his name first. I was, but I would never brag to her about it if I escaped. I can see his cocky grin when I close my eyes. Dada. Can you say Mama? Can you say Mama's name? A smile formed on my face at her smidge of jealousy. Da, 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 da. He was starting to become louder with each word. I looked from Tegan's face to his in order to see why he was getting so upset. That was when the unexpected happened. It was like he was looking right in my eyes. His hands went up in the air as if asking for me to pick him up. I turned to look behind me, but nobody was there. I quickly turned back to look at him, his eyes never leaving mine. Can you see me, bud? I kind of felt dumb asking a toddler if they could see me. I knew that there was no way, not after going this long unseen, but I couldn't help but ask him anyway. "Dada!" Elias hollered again as he threw his arms in the air, begging to be picked up. I moved to the other side of the room to see if what I was witnessing was real or not. To my surprise, his eyes followed my every move. How could he all of a sudden see me? "Dada!" His screams were becoming increasingly louder. When I didn't pick him up, he was at the point of being completely hysterical, throwing himself backward on the bed in a full-blown tantrum. "I know, baby. Mommy misses Daddy too. I will bring him back. I will stop at nothing to give you back your Dada." So, she scooped him up in her arms once again, now rocking back and forth in an attempt to comfort him, but was failing as he continued screaming for me. My heart sank to the pit of my stomach, knowing that he could see me and I couldn't even hold him. This was even more cruel. It was an evil joke, if you asked me. Who would do such a thing? "That evil woman would," King grunted. "You're right. She doesn't care what her actions do to others. Or she just doesn't care," he scoffed. "If I ever escaped, I would make her pay. For my pain, for my mate's pain, and for my son's pain." I tried to not blame King for this, but a small part of me did. I knew he did it for the greater good, but that didn't make me feel better. It should, but it didn't. "Listen, maybe this will make you happy. Mommy and Daddy have a big surprise for you. I wanted to wait till Daddy was here to tell anyone, but we need a little joy in our lives right now, right?" Elias was shaking his head yes, not actually knowing a thing his mama was saying, but listening to every word wholeheartedly. "You see this right here?" she asked, raising her oversized sweater up. It was early February, so the coldness was still brisk. Therefore, nobody would question her choice of wearing baggy, warm clothing. But how did I, out of everyone, not realize it sooner? "Well, Mommy and Daddy think that you're ready to be a big brother. Do you want to be a big brother?" Elias's eyes lit up as if he knew what she meant. While mine was still bulging at the same revelation, only I knew what she meant. "Mommy is 10 weeks pregnant. It's a girl. You're going to have a baby sister really soon." My heart pounded in my chest at the news. Happiness overshadows all other feelings. She said she was 10 weeks along, which meant that our last glorious night together impregnated her, which also meant that she only had around 4 weeks left in her pregnancy. My face quickly turned to a frown when my reality sunk in. My mate was pregnant again, and I was stuck here. I didn't get to be a part of her pregnancy with Elias, and if things kept going this way, I would basically miss this experience too. I'd be there every step of the way, of course. But the thing about that was nobody would know. She wouldn't know. How was fate so cruel? Tegan's POV. I watched as my little boy played with his race cars on the ground, admiring how innocent his poochy little face was. Heh, the baby fussed, grabbing my attention. "Does someone need to burp?" I asked in a cooing voice. A smile taking the place of an upset little face. Her golden eyes staring deep into mine, making me miss her daddy even more. I wished she had the chance to meet him. She would have had him completely wrapped around her finger. My chest clenched with the thought of Ezra. So much has happened since his disappearance. It's been 6 months since I met with Sybil, which means he has been gone for almost 7 months. 7 months of my son growing up without his daddy. 7 months of our daughter never knowing the tender, gentle touch of her daddy. 7 long months of her not knowing where she gets her big, beautiful, kind eyes from. I closed my eyes, reminiscing about the last moment I had with my mate. Flashback. "I just know I put a pup in there," his raspy voice said, as he placed his ear against my very flat but naked stomach. "With all that's going on, it's a bittersweet distraction, bringing another beautiful child into this world. Tell me you don't want to see a mini-me running around." "I think that I can handle seeing a little you running around," I replied with a smile. "I like the name Ireland," he then said, surprising me. "Ireland?" "Yeah, it was my grandmother's middle name. My mom always wanted me to honor her in some way. So I was thinking maybe Ireland for my grandma and her middle name could be Anne in honor of my mother. After your family. Shit, I mean, we could name her after Helena or even Marcy. It was inconsiderate of me to just assume that you'd want to name our first daughter after my... I love it. Ireland Ann Hendricks. A smile plastered across his face before he spoke again. And for a boy, I was thinking maybe the name Isaac. What do you think? I think that it's only fair you name our next child. His hands were now on either side of my head, holding his body up. His breath beat down my neck as he hovered over my face. We aren't leaving this room until we feel like we succeeded. His lustful voice demanded before crashing his lips against mine in a hungry manner. Oh, another sound came from the baby, taking me out of a treasured memory. My mate and I's last day together. It was memories like those that kept me going, the ones that kept me stable on days I felt like breaking down. Mummy is here. It's okay, Ireland. Mummy is here, I repeated as I rocked back and forth, trying to soothe the fussy infant that wanted sleep. Novely, Lucy and I all had our girls only days apart. I named our daughter exactly what Ezra wanted. I had to honor him in any way I could. Luna Queen. A voice spoke from the doorway, grabbing my attention. Give me 5 minutes. Ireland is almost asleep, I said while looking up at Uriah, who nodded before taking his leave. He had been a godsend. His knowledge and wisdom kept me leveled when it came to running the kingdom. Sometimes I felt like it was a losing battle running a kingdom without a king. But we were doing our best until Elias was old enough to take over. He was 2 now, so that meant for the next 14 years Uriah and I were in charge. Either that or until we found Ezra, whichever came first. But once Elias turned 16 with the guidance of a hand, which happened to be our beta, he would be able to take the throne and run the kingdom as their king. He had until he turned 18 to pick his own beta to run by his side. I laid the baby down for her afternoon nap, walked over and placed a small kiss on Elias's head before going down the hall to my office to speak to our inner circle. Anything new? I asked the group as I entered the office. Kingston hid those items well. Maybe it's best if we what? Gave up? Stopped trying to set him free, say? I asked Novely while trying to calm the rage that was bubbling up inside of me. I don't mean to give up, it's just we're going in circles. My daughter is running out of time. She's already 5 months old, which means we have 7 months, if we are lucky, to save her life. But not only that, the bodies also keep coming in. I rubbed my hand across my head, remembering the day that the first body appeared. Flashback. Luna Queen, there's a dead body tied to a tree. There is also a note stuck to them. Hurry and get down here. A mind link rushed through from Border Patrol. Upon arriving at the scene, I felt like my breakfast would come up. I was very pregnant and everything still made me sick. But this was worse than I could ever have imagined. A bloodied body was tied to a tree. It looked mauled, like an animal worked its way through their body. A knife penetrating through a note stuck in the body. The person was mutilated that we couldn't even identify who the victim was. What's it say? My trembling voice asked. I wasn't scared, I was mortified. Who could do such an inhumane thing to someone? Where is my sword, little Luna? What? Can you not find it? Must hurt to know that your mate keeps such deep-rooted secrets from you, doesn't it? But let's not talk about the king, or should I say, my prisoner. Let's talk business. I want my stuff. Here is a gift for your failure at locating my items. Maybe it will give you a little motivation. I give you my word, for every week that goes by that I do not have both my completed sword and gem, another life will be taken. And that life is on you. Tick-tock, little Luna, I am someone that keeps my word. Can you keep yours? End of flashback. Her words echoed in my mind daily. I looked around the room, snapping out of my memories. So there is nothing new on the location of the artifacts? No responses equal no. Okay, no, got it. Moving on to the next question. Are there any new leads for locating Alpha King Ezra? Silence, the one sound that was my enemy. The silence always brought the worst of me to the forefront. What about Sibyl? Surely she has slipped up and made an error by now? I asked, looking around at the many sad eyes. Still no response, which meant that we have yet to find a single lead. Aside from my kingdom, we were paying for outside help. They were supposed to be top of the notch, both human and supernatural hunters, private eyes, and trackers. However, none have managed to find anything, like they simply didn't exist. I was supposed to be this powerful tribal wolf, yet I was useless. None of my magic has helped to find my mate, his captor, or the items Ezra hid. But that wasn't all. I also felt like a complete failure as a queen, because, on top of all of that, I couldn't stop the inevitable. I couldn't stop Monday from coming every week, which, at this point, seemed like an easier task than the one we had. Today was July 10th, 2023, which meant that today was a Monday, but not what one would consider a normal Monday. No, today was just like every Monday for the last 5 months, which meant, as promised, a new mutilated body would magically appear somewhere on our land. Another life taken. Another mangled face that I had to match to a person who has a family I then have to find and give the horrid news to, which meant more blood would be on my hands. Not because I killed them physically, but because I failed them, as I've failed so many others in the last 7 months, including Novalee and her daughter Zola. Actually, someone breathlessly spoke. I found a lead. The man's breathless words immediately registered in my head. Wait, we found something? Tegan's POV. Finally, after all this time, we are taking a step in the right direction. At least, I hoped we were. I didn't want to get excited and get my hopes up for the millionth time, but this was the first time someone had mentioned a lead in months. What kind of lead was it? Was it a lead on the location of the hidden items? Or maybe a lead on where Sibyl was hiding Ezra? Then there was also the possibility of it being a lead on information about breaking Sibyl's curse, which in turn would finally free Zola from the death curse. Any lead on anything was better than none. Plus, the possibility of getting any answers that we were seeking was what we were working so hard to do. At least we were no longer at a standstill. As far as I was concerned, that was progress in itself. As much as I wanted my mate back, I wanted the murders to stop more. Not only were random people's lives at stake, but so was Zola's, and I had promised Novalee that I would stop at nothing to help her find a cure for Zola's curse. Every direction that I turned there was the possibility of danger, never knowing who would be the next target. Sibyl wasn't just murdering innocent people from my pack. She was murdering innocent people from around the world at random. How she gathered her victims and committed the worst crime without so much as a single slip-up was beyond me. You'd think in today's society she would have made a mistake by now, left behind any trace of herself. Which led me to believe that she wasn't the one fetching these victims. That had to mean she was working with someone, or someone was working for her. Either way, whoever it was a professional, someone who covered their tracks and covered them well. I was in England and I found an underground coven, which was really hard to track down if you ask me. Anyway, they said that they knew Sibyl, knew her personally, not just from the legend. They said that they would only reveal their knowledge and secrets if we proved that we have the vital piece to the curse. Which we don't. We have yet to locate the Alexandrite. No, they didn't even mention those items. They said that the most vital part was an affected descendant. Novalee? I asked curiously. Her eyes darted up to look at the PI. No, she isn't the one that the curse is directly affecting. His eyes met hers for a moment before he looked to the ground in shame. What's the catch? She finally asked, a tremble present in her voice. They need her blood. They need her. They need her as a... Just spit it out, Novalee screamed. As a sacrifice. My heart fell to the pit of my stomach. No, that can't be right. Surely that isn't right. How could the only way to break a curse be to end an innocent life? Not happening. They wanted to talk to Novalee, to give her their long history of information that dates back to when Sibyl was free for the first time. They went underground when she was taken out. They became almost non-existent to the world, just in case she ever were to rise again. They said their coven would be the first targeted because they have the information that can destroy her. It now made sense as to why Ezra said she was in England. She must have been searching for the coven that possessed the information that sentences her to eternal death. I looked over to Novalee. Fear was written on her face. Fear she had every right to feel. The first information we get on possibly breaking Zola from the death curse, and it was bad news. Every ritual comes with an everlasting imprint. It just sucks. Death was also what was the asking price to end the curse. I mean, we have to hear them out, right? She asked, looking at me. Zola can stay here. She will go nowhere near them, but it is the first lead in months. Something we can look into, hear them out, and dig deeper to see if there are any loopholes with their information. But a lead is a lead. I felt for her after all our searching. Someone found something, and it was yet more bad news. But every ritual has a loophole. This one is no exception. Even if it is powerful dark magic, we just have to find it. A lead is a lead, she repeated, but her voice let me know how she was feeling. It was a feeling I knew all too well. The double Ds that go hand in hand, and I don't mean bra size. Double Ds, disappointment and depression. How did you locate this unknown coven anyhow? Uriah asked with a hint of skepticism in his voice. They actually located me. They aren't exactly a coven that can be found. They find you. That's how it works. How did they know to look for you? I was in England for a while, digging around, asking people about the unknown coven. I knew constantly talking would get to the right ears eventually. I also knew that the more I asked, the faster they'd want to shut me down. A hidden coven exposed would make them no longer hidden. And they have been in hiding for so long. Why let a nosy man disrupt that now? So you're telling me that you spent all this time in England, taking our money while you sat around talking about a coven that may or may not even exist? Uriah was questioning him as if his ways bugged him. But why? None of the other PI's hunters or trackers had made any progress traveling. So why be mad at one who remained in one spot to lure out a hidden coven? I mean, we can't call it a waste of time because what if it was exactly what needed to be done? I was paid to dig into the past, to uncover secrets around the existence of an immortal huntress, one that was a witch. I did my job and poked around. It may have taken me 5 months to do it, but I did it. I was the one who spent countless hours in order to uncover a hidden coven. Let's not forget that. I was also the one that made contact with the coven in order to give you all a lead that didn't exist before my digging. What if they weren't there? You would have wasted our time and money. Then he would have failed like all the others that we pay. Why are you acting like this? What he discovered is exactly what we have been searching for. Because who is he? Is he one of ours, or is he paid to betray us? Has he gone mad? Even if he was paid to betray us, it was a hidden coven that we knew nothing about. I was prepared for a trap at any given circumstance. This was no different. But it was our first lead, a lead that potentially holds all the answers we have been seeking. Don't cry to me when it's a failed mission. Yet again. His harshness was starting to rub me wrong. What was his problem today? I say, let's hear them out, Novalee said as she stood. Even if it's not the answers my heart wants, it could be answers that we need to move forward. They could possess all the answers to end Sibyl for good, stopping her mass murders of innocent people and bring back the king. I agree, I said, before turning to look back at a steaming Uriah. I don't like having to babysit you while you make mistake after mistake. I'm tired of cleaning up your messes, Tegan. I have a kingdom to protect. Your priorities are shit." "How dare you speak to your queen that way?" Lucy yelled out in anger. "Queen? I have been the one running this kingdom, protecting everyone from danger. What has your queen done besides get in my way and fuck shit up?" His words stung. Why was he all of a sudden being so mean? How dare he say I wasn't protecting my kingdom? I set up a magical barrier to keep evil out. I also visited every person in the kingdom to cast individual protection spells on them. I was doing everything in my power to stop the murders, but there was no pattern to her picking, no links. And now that we were finally going to get the answers that we needed to stop Sybil and her serial killing spree, he chooses to act like this? Didn't he want this to end as badly as we did?